You don't mind.
Hi, Sue.
Hi there. How are you? Oh,
You're what's
Oh, well, maybe not, thank you. Is everybody ready? Because I'm going to say it is. Tsunami AC. Meeting this evening. It's 7:04. Tonight is June 3rd. Our agenda for this evening is as follows. 7 o'clock, visitors. 7:10, approval of minutes. 7:15, teacher and learning highlights, signature project challenge at Construction Career Day, Mr. Ralph DeBona and Foxborough High School students. 7:30 p.m., update on guidance services at the Ahern Middle School. Ms. Abrams, Ms. Henry, Foxborough High School, Ms. Myers-Pakla, Ms. White, college admission information, Mr. O'Neill. 8 o'clock, Ahern Middle School and Foxborough High School mathematics textbook adoption. 8:30, vote to approve collective bargaining agreements and memorandums of agreement, Ms. Spinelli and Mr. Yukna. That includes Foxborough Education Association, professionals, Foxborough Education Association, educational assistants, Foxborough School Bus Drivers Association, Foxborough Educational Secretaries Association, Foxborough Crossing Guards Memorandum of Agreement, Foxborough Maintenance Workers Association. 8:55, first reading of policy ECAF, school security cameras, Ms. Spinelli. 9:10, end of year update on 3-year strategic plan, Ms. Spinelli. 9:25, review of superintendent evaluation process, Ms. Spinelli. 9:40, approval of utility bids for 2013-2014, Mr. Yukna. 9:50, FY13 monthly budget statement. And 10 o'clock, other matters. We will be going into executive session for the purpose of discussion of negotiating strategies for non-union personnel, and the school committee will not return to open session. So, we have a long agenda this evening. Let's start with our 7 o'clock visitors. Do we have any visitors that wish to be heard? Okay, seeing none.
Madam Chair, I apologize for the
Yes.
interruption. I wondered if we might just start with a moment of silence for one of the clergy members in town that we lost today. And you may not even be aware of this.
Oh,
yes, I am. Father Brian.
Father Brian of the St. Mary's Parish, who did a lot for our youth, was involved with the CCD programs, and lost his life today after a courageous battle. And just, I didn't mean to interrupt you while you were in your
No,
flow,
not
but
at
maybe
all.
just before we get going, if we could just take a moment, if that'd be all right.
Absolutely,
I know
thank
he
you.
was an important member of a lot of our community.
Yes, let's do that, thank you. Thank you, Bruce. Our sympathies go out to his family. 7:10, approval of minutes. So we'll look at the minutes for May 20th. Do we have any corrections, changes anyone wants to make?
Motion to approve?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the minutes? 5-0. Thank you. Go on to teaching and learning highlights. Ms. Vanellis?
As I always say, my favorite part of the meeting. We have Mr. DeBona here and a spectacular group of Foxborough High School students who will continue to show us how many different ways there are to be brilliant. It just seems to be one of my themes lately. And I just will say on a personal note, I happened to visit his classroom when it was just a concept, and I believe perhaps just a piece of plywood with nothing cut out. And they showed me the plans that they had to do. I was with Mrs. Myers-Packle. And even then, I knew it was going to be something really special. And I'm happy to announce that they did quite well in the competition, but I won't take your thunder away. So, Mr. DeBona, why don't you give us a little introduction, and then we'd love to hear from the students.
Thank you. Thank you for giving us the time to showcase our first place finish project. Every year, Ellen Pillsbury organizes the Construction Career Day, which is very popular throughout the state. And the last few years, they have asked school systems to get involved in a signature project. And they give us specifications every year. This year, the specs, when Ellen gave me these, and thank you, Ellen, these specs were like overwhelming. This was definitely the most challenging project that we've ever encountered. And I got up in front of the classes and I just said, well, you know, kids, I don't know. But they pushed me and motivated me. They were angry. We took second place last year, and they wanted to prove that you know, we can win it again. This project was so sophisticated that a lot of schools didn't participate this year. There was only about 10 of them. But those 10 school systems that did participate, they really had some nice looking projects. So we still had a lot of competition out there as far as we're concerned. The specs, we had to design and construct a model of a green, energy-efficient visitors center in a national park. And one of the specs was we got all the temperature means and everything. We had to find a place in the world that met the temperature requirements, and you know, rainfall, snowfall, whatever. We had to use as many alternative forms of energy to make it a green, energy-efficient home, visitor center. And we had to include like restroom facilities. I have given you a little packet of these specifications. We had to design and show formal drawings and other specs of the house itself. And we had to become LEED certified. Now, LEED certified, any energy efficient building that gets built today has to be LEED certified. It's like a building inspector coming in, has to be certified. There are different levels of LEED certification. LEED stands for
Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design.
Leadership in Environmental. And like I said, there are different, they give us a checklist and we have to meet those requirements. Hence, we obtained platinum status, which was the highest because we put into our design everything that they asked for, okay? So I would like to introduce my project managers since I'm the president of the corporation. Mike Piper was the project manager for LEED certification. Jack Lane, project manager of signage. Mike Talley, project manager of construction. He's one of our spokesmen. Nate Storer, project manager of CAD development. He did all the 3D CAD drawings, and he made all the 3D pieces from our 3D printer. Zach Tomaski, our project manager of research and documentation. And Ryan Cataldo, project manager of all the alternative energy sources. So I'm going to turn, Chris Marshall back there. He was our project manager for all the three-dimensional architectural CAD renderings. And James Pierce, who is our project manager of our solar division and assistant project manager of all the construction of the model.
Could
What
we
years are
take
they
a
in
second?
high school?
Could we take a second and just have them sort of draw their chairs up closer to the microphone so we can?
I'd like to know
I'm going to turn it over to them to get out of the way. But before I turn it over to the kids, I really need to thank a bunch of people. Ellen Pillsbury, thank you for your support and, you know, bugging us to win again this year. Thank you to the administration, especially the school committee. We presented this project to the Future Ready Summit in Worcester a couple of weeks ago.
Wow.
Where everybody from the state of Massachusetts was there, and they came up to us, and they were actually in awe of the project. And not only what went into building it, but the fact that we here in this school can build it all ourselves with our 3D printers, our architectural software, our three-dimensional architectural software, our three-dimensional CAD software. And so they were very impressed that we have all this technology available to us, and, you know, thank you for your support. We couldn't do this. And who else am I supposed to thank? Oh, the kids.
Yeah.
They did all the work. Only thing I did was I cut the dowels in half to simulate the log cabin effect, and I put the dormer on, and they did it all themselves. They were awesome. I am so proud of these guys, and I'm gonna leave it up to Ryan and Mike Telly. They are our spokesmen.
I'd like to know what years they are in high school.
I'm a junior.
Junior,
I'm a junior too.
Senior.
senior?
I'm a senior as well.
Junior. I'm senior. Sophomore.
Great,
Fabulous.
excellent.
All right, so pick your order. Who would like to tell us a little bit about what piece you want? Or you can just each comment on what were the challenges, what excited you the most, whatever it is, was what meant something to you about this project.
All right, I'll go first. I think one of the main challenges was piecing together everything we needed to do. We need to incorporate all of alternative energy sources, which I'll let Ryan talk about eventually. But we also wanted to have running water, which was incorporated. It was one of the rules in here to at least show it. We actually made running water work. And then we also wanted to be able to take apart the house. So we made it so we could take the roof off, you could see the inside. And then we also made it so you could take the first floor off so you could see the basement where our utility room is.
Oh, wow.
I'll let Ryan talk about the
Alright,
more
so
detailed parts.
This is great.
first I'd like to talk about, we had a lot of sources of alternative energy. We had solar on the roof facing the south side. We have wind power. We have geothermal shown here. We get our water from a well. So all of that stuff comes together in the utility room under here. I know you can't see it, but here we have shown a utility panel where all the wires come together. We have solar meters and wind meters to tell us how much power we're getting from each source of alternative energy. We have a heat exchanger, so we can take the heat from the geothermal and turn it into and use it in our cooling system, in our furnace. We have a sewer filtration system, which filters all of the wastewater from the restrooms and before we send it out to a leach field to make the smallest footprint we can. Then here we have a three-step filtration process to filter all the well water that's coming from the mountains and the underwater aquifers.
Talk about the lead certification.
Yeah, so I was in charge of like making sure that we met up to LEED standards. So basically, LEED has a set of strong credentials to become actually certified in the design world. So we achieved the highest status of LEED certification. So we need to incorporate a lot of reusable items. There's a lot of green energy type structures inside this project, and it's a tedious task, but the team here, we steered together and we got it done. So.
Do you guys have any questions for us?
Can you just, before they ask, can you, any of you or either of you, talk about how many different classes contributed to this one project? Because I know that's a piece of it that I was pretty amazed by.
Yeah, so this was a big project that any small group of people couldn't do. It incorporated a lot of different disciplines. We had to show like not just the building itself, but also like the 3D models, how much it's going to cost to build this, exactly what we need to go into it. We have a whole bill of materials here. But there were three main classes that worked in the CAD department. We had our Intro to CAD students designed the 2D floor plan of the entire building. Our Architectural CAD class, using a program called Visioneer, designed the entire thing in 3D before we started construction. And then our our advanced CAD classes used a program called SolidWorks to design the 3D objects we printed out on our printer, such as the bridge and the water wheel, our chimney here, and a lot of the stuff in the utility room. But all those classes had to work together to produce this.
Our art department got involved doing our graphics, so thanks to Kelly and Sherry Cherkoff for that. Even Mr. Kaiser, who builds these little trees, contributed the trees, so it was a nice little interdisciplinary thing going on there too.
Thanks, that was great, Ryan.
Wow,
Thanks.
it's so impressive. What I love about this is that you talk about the interdisciplinary team, and when we go out into the world, we depend upon a lot of different people for us to complete a project, and you've had a real-life experience doing that with all of you contributing your set of skills that you have. And I mean, it's so impressive. I'm just wondering what the most exciting part of it was for all of you, and also the time frame. I mean, you talked about all the classes, but what was the length of time, like in terms of weeks, months?
Yeah, we worked on it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's about 3 months. I think we had to work on it, but that turns into hundreds of hours of work.
I bet.
1 hour, but then times 3 or 4 classes of actually working on it. I'd say the most exciting part was getting to the actual construction career day and seeing how it compared to all the other classes and how it all came together to work and obviously win in the end.
Incredible.
Does anyone else have any comments they'd like to make? Yes, Tina.
I had the pleasure of seeing these guys present to the Parent Leaders Council a couple weeks ago, and it's no less impressive the second time around. I know some of these guys, the seniors, are going to college for different construction-related pursuits. Do you want to tell us where you're going?
I'm going to Wentworth for mechanical engineering.
Congratulations.
I'm going to University of South Carolina for mechanical engineering.
That's great.
And I'm going to Fitchburg for mechanical engineering.
Any more seniors? That's it?
Zach?
Well, I'm not going anything for anything architectural, but it was interesting. I'm going to Fitchburg for film and video, but this was a ton of fun. It was interesting.
That's great. Well, congratulations to all of you. I mean, your hard work certainly paid off. It's a fabulous project and a really big feather in all of your caps.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your first place showing. You represent us really well.
Yeah.
Love the teamwork.
And thank you for sharing it.
I love a little confidence, but they recapture that first place win. So those of you who are still going to be here next year, the pressure is on.
Yeah, the bar is high.
They're gonna have some new recruits, I'm sure.
Well, it's about them. They can do it.
Yes, they can.
Should we give them a little round of applause?
I
Yes.
And also thank all the teachers too that
Yeah.
helped.
We wouldn't have been able to do it if Mr. Nabona didn't bring us all together and help us stay on task.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And
Very
Ms.
cool.
Pillsbury, you walked in a little late, so you missed the singing of your
accolades thrown
praises.
your way.
They're great, and every year I come and I don't give them a lot of time, and they never, I'm sorry, Ralph. But they never disappoint us. They really show us proud, and we are a stepping stone for the state. I mean, they do look to us, and so they were thrilled that we won. So we're thrilled.
Can't think of a better example of real-world application to your learning. So congrats to all of you. Some of you will see you soon at class night and graduation. Thanks.
Thank you for
again.
coming tonight
Thank
to
you.
show us.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you for getting all this stuff out of here. James, get these signed.
It's guidance coming up. It's coming. It's extra for guidance. Yep. Thank you all. Very impressive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. With running water, no less.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thanks for coming, guys.
Okay, I think we're going to move on to update on guidance services.
Yes.
Ms. Finelli, how would you like to proceed?
Well, we're going to start with Mrs. Abrams and Ms. Henry. If you would come up. And we're going to have a little update on Ahern guidance and move our way up to the high school. Welcome.
Thank you. We just want to give you a couple of, the tweaks that we do each year. I feel that we're very fortunate at the Ahern to have an excellent staff of guidance counselors and support staff. Melissa Henry is a guidance counselor. We have Kirsten Howden, Kristen Shank, Liz DeShane is our school psychologist, and Lori Normandin is our school social worker. And over time, through adjustments to practice made on the data that we have, we've been able to become more proactive than reactive in our guidance services, which I think is a big step. We started with school-wide structures like Steps to Respect, which morphed into Caring School Communities and Second Step. And we have some newer adjustments that Ms. Henry will share that enable us to meet the support needs of our students in academic, social, and mental health areas.
Okay, so one of the newer initiatives we have is our mental health team meeting. The mental health team at the Ahern meets every Thursday morning. The team includes principals, guidance staff, our school social worker, school psychologist, out-of-district coordinator and team facilitator, and then if needed, various teachers, special education teachers, or school nurses would come in, and we would address specific needs of students that would need specific mental health services at any given time. In addition, we have the teacher assistance team. That would be the intervention specific for teachers who are having some kind of a struggle or a concern in their classroom. We meet at the end of every cluster meeting for the TAT team, teacher assistant team. And the cluster meetings are held once a cycle. And the TAT team is a precursor to the mental health or the BBST team. And that's new this year. This year, the guidance staff attended several trainings, including a MARC anti-bullying training, Cambridge eating disorder training specific to middle school students, and a psychological first aid training specific to responding to the face of a natural disaster, community tragedy, or terrorism attack, given recent events in the world, unfortunately, specifically the country. We felt that was important. And we had an intense 504 training. Each of the guidance counselors are the coordinators. For the 504s, say we have about 30 or so, and that was a really great training that we had in January. There's a Student Leaders Club, meets twice a month, supervised by 2 guidance counselors. The focus is on school climate, anti-bullying. The kids did a public service announcement contest at Bridgewater State with the MARC program. They are involved in staff appreciation and also welcoming new students to the Ahern. So students are like peer mentors for new students when they come into the community. The School Climate Task Force is another new initiative consisting of a guidance counselor, teacher leaders, administrators, and students all working together, again, proactively to minimize the bullying. So there's a lot of anti-bullying initiatives. One of the things they did this year was a climate survey, and I think you all have a bracelet at your place setting. And to promote school-wide, the school-wide Be Kind campaign, they distributed the popular Be Kind bracelets, or Speak Out, or Stop Meanness, so we can all have one of those. In addition, this year we're very involved in transition meetings from the elementary schools, and we've gone to elementary school 504 meetings and special education meetings if needed to aid in the transition for kids coming up from 4th grade into 5th grade. We've also had several new lunch groups. We run approximately 10 to 12 lunch groups per counselor each week, and that doesn't include the social worker or the social skills lunch groups. So these are regular education services, and it's a great way for us to check in with students and see how things are going, and see how things are going when they're not in crisis, which is really fun for us. And one of our specific goals this year was to standardize the forms we're using for record keeping so that we're keeping really, really consistent records with as much information as possible, and then have that information when we need to share it.
So I think what happens as a result of this coordination, the collaboration amongst the guidance counselors with the elementary schools is to be able to create very successful classroom communities, which enables fewer problems and more time to be proactive. So in looking over the school discipline data, I think that I'm very pleased that with a school of over 900, office referrals are rather minimal. We've closed the student center, so we don't have a need for that. We rarely see kids staying after school. The bus referrals are down, and we have at this point in the year, I would say about 90 messages to the office about student misbehavior. And that, I think, can be attributed to the proactive work of our guidance department. So that from each year we get better and better. So we're hoping for 0, but we're well on our way.
So is that a decline, Sue, then, from the last couple of years?
I would say each year in the 10 years that I've been there, I won't even tell you the number it was when we started, but I can tell you that it's diminished significantly. So that is, like a small percentage of the staff, because we are able to nip things in the bud with guidance counselors working with families, outside agencies, teachers, and students on more positive behavior interventions.
I just have a couple questions about some of these programs. This new, well, I don't know if it's new, the program about when new students come into the community, is that, how long has that been in effect? Is that
This
something
past
new?
year.
So this past year is the first year?
Mhm.
How many students fit into this category? I'm just kind of curious.
So any new student coming into the Ahern would be paired up with another student, hopefully from the Student Leaders Club, who would give them a tour, explain how the lunchroom situation is, kind of give them a student's perspective on the Ahern that they might not get from an adult.
Are you talking about all 5th grade students coming
No,
in?
these are new to the
New
town.
students.
That's what I thought. So
Right.
how many is this?
Oh, maybe 5 to 10 that come in mid-year. I could be off. It could be 12. I'm not sure.
What
Yeah.
about if they come in at the start of the year, but they're entering, let's say, 6th or 7th?
At the start of the year, we offer them a new student lunch group, and they are introduced to other students in their classes and at their lunch tables, but with a larger group, we do offer a lunch group that meets for typically first term.
Yeah, for the 5th graders, if they're new, so are all the other kids. They're new, so they
Right.
usually come with knowledge from town sports of other kids who are here. But if they've just moved into to the neighborhood,
Right.
Guidance would intervene and connect them with somebody.
That's what I thought you initially meant. I think that's a great idea because it's such a difficult age, and especially trying to kind of make your way in after kids have been with each other through elementary schools, the elementary grades, and then moving to the middle school. So I think that's awesome. Can you tell us a little more about these bracelets and
Sure.
what they represent and where they originate from and the colors?
We have, well, the colors are just based on, to make a short story really long. And okay, Lorraine, 4 minutes. She gave us 4 minutes. The School Climate Task Force was a combination of the teacher leaders group and students and the guidance counselor that started this year in response to the data from the bullying survey at the end of last year. And we asked the kids what they would like to do because it's all about them. So we had 6 students and 6 adults. And they wanted to survey the kids. They went into the classroom, they got their data, they presented it to the students. But you can't just put your words in there, you have to have a tangible. So this was the tangible, and they made the presentation based on 3 slogans: stand up, and speak out, stop meanness, and be kind. So that was what they got from their data, which was very similar and consistent with the night's data. The second thing that they did was, after that, they did a public service announcement contest that ended on, I think it was May 17th, and it was judged by Dr. Bertos, Debbie Spinelli, Bill Yukna, and Mike
Weber from Cable
Weber from
Access.
Foxborough Cable Access, and the prize was a gift card and airing at Foxborough Cable Access. In addition, it has been aired on our closed circuit daily too. We did 5th grade the first day, 6th grade, 7th grade, and there were 2 8th grade entries that were tied. So one was on Friday and one was today. And they were really very powerful. You could hear a pin drop in the school as students were watching other students' renditions of what they should do to be kind, stop meanness. You could easily see the progression in sophistication from grade 5 to grade 8, but each one hit students in their hearts. So it was trying to say, be kind, stop meanness. This is what you're doing to each other. So there's conflict and there's consistent conflict.
We
And
actually show them as our next teaching learning highlight to end the year. Because I think it's such a great
Oh, that
example.
would be great.
This whole story is such a great example of 2 things. One, we do use our data. So when we get data, we don't just go, wow, isn't that interesting, or oh my, or oh good. We actually do develop plans and implement them as a result of what we now know. And when kids, and the second is, it's such a great example of taking data and then going to empower students for the solutions. And nothing is more powerful than that, I don't think.
And the colors came from blue and gold. However, they were out of stock of my first choices, and we had to get them really quickly. So this was the most popular, sort of the tie-dye turquoise look, as opposed to the gold and blue. So next time, perhaps we'd better take a survey to see what they want on their prizes before we actually order them. But
Well, thank you for that. I mean, this is wonderful. It's nice to kind of hear the history behind this.
Yeah.
It's very cool.
you'll see them
I
around
like-
the middle school.
Yeah, that's great. Does
So, and I
anybody-
think that what guidance has done is helped the kids understand, that reports have an action and things can occur, and your voice is important in creating the environment that you want to live by, and you can solve problems by discussing them, which is a real-world skill that we're trying to help kids with. So, I just don't know how, with all those lunch groups and all that food, we still have thin guidance counselors.
I was going to say too, what I love, again, is, you as an administration are empowering your stakeholders, which are the students, and engaging them and getting them involved in the solution and being, coming up with the mechanism that they're going to use to attack this problem. And I think, again, we learn about this, that's what we need to do to be effective, and you're teaching, the children this and the students, in the middle school. So I think that's awesome. It sounds like they've really embraced it too. So I would love to see those, maybe the rest of the committee would too.
I think one other thing you guys are really great at doing it is catching the kids doing the right thing. When you walk into the Ahern, one of the first things you see is the tree of respect, and I think you're very good at picking out the kids who are doing things that others might want to emulate and recognizing them for that behavior as opposed to having to punish poor choices. I think that's wonderful.
Yeah, we try to look at everything as an educational moment. We have kids, and they're learning, and we hope they learn a lot of good stuff before they leave 8th grade. But that's one of our goals for next year, is to think of more ways of catching kids being good, both academically and behaviorally. Thank you.
I'd just like to add that, Mrs. Abrams, I'm always impressed with your leadership. And I think it probably, in fact, I know it radiates down through the guidance and the assistant principals and your staff. And I'm, as a middle school parent, I'm very impressed always with how you look at your school, both holistically, but also each grade. And you speak to the challenges and the styles and the learning development requirements of each grade. And I think that's a great asset to our school system. Melissa, I'd like to applaud you guys for having both programs that work on challenges at that age, and we all know that age, that set of ages is a challenge, but also, echoing on Tina's point, recognizing and rewarding and developing strong behaviors too. And I think that's an important balance from guidance. And my one question is a question I've asked over the years when I've been in this chair, which is, what else would you like from us to be able to expand what you need in guidance, or what more could we do? Oh, she knew.
I know, no, we
She knew I was going to
four
ask
of
that
those.
question. But what else could we do? What's next year? What can you're doing? You took us through a list of great things. What can we help you do next year?
Well, I think we're too late for that, for the extra 1.0 guidance. I think we have a wonderful team. The teachers work with guidance, and that is the glue. I think it's not one person, it's all of us, including parents, because I think that the relationships that we're able to develop with parents are really very important to kids at this age as they try to go from 10-year-olds where you know everything to 13-year-olds where you don't know anything, and helping them sort through this. So what would you like? He knows what I would like.
It would be great to have one more person. I think we're really lucky in Foxborough. We have great administration. We have the backing of the superintendent and the school committee, and the teachers are great. Can I think about it and get back to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you can.
Great.
We're always here.
Great.
Well, every other Monday night.
Or you could get back to me and I'll convey it during budget season. Either way.
Preferably hers.
Thank
That
you very
wasn't
much.
ours.
Thank
That
you.
actually
Thank
was.
you.
If you remember our list of things we were considering, the guidance council for Hearn is on our list, so it may make its way up the chain. So don't be surprised.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Melissa, for coming. All right,
Foxborough
so
High
now we will move on to the high school, and we have three equally fabulously talented people here to tell us about what's new at the high school, in the guidance department, and in their plans that involve guidance. And this year, just as they're getting ready, you notice a change that we've asked Mr. O'Neill, who's our college advisor, to join us this year, because there have been a lot of questions either at this table or in the community, or even at advisory committee, about what is the role of SATs in college admissions and other such type things. So what better than to hear it from the horse's mouth, who's Mr. O'Neill. So I asked him if he would kindly join us to talk about not just, we're going to have the usual guidance update, but also have Mr. O'Neill maybe give us a little bit more of a fully fleshed out version of what really happens in the college admissions process and what's important and why does that all matter at the end of the student's illustrious 13-year career in K-12. All right, let's start with Mrs. Myers-Backel.
Well, good evening, everybody. And just to dovetail a little bit on what Mrs. Abrams had mentioned, we sometimes have those students coming in thinking that they know it all, but hopefully by the time they're at that 18 age and they're leaving us as seniors, all of a sudden it's maybe I don't know it all. And you may be seeing that as parents, or have seen it, or maybe along the way we'll be seeing it eventually. Our guidance department does a fabulous, fabulous job here at the school. It's really been an overview for me for this year to just take a look to see what it is that we're doing and how we're doing it, and to be a part of so much of what has already been put into place here. And again, in collaboration with the guidance personnel, with the support staff that we have, with our parents, with our students, with the staff, the faculty and the staff here. It's really a whole picture, and hopefully a lot of safety nets that we have for our students and a lot of ways to help them continue to grow as young adults in this world. So I know that you have a packet of information from guidance that they have put together, and with that I'm going to turn it over to Maureen White, our guidance director.
So, hello. So yeah, she's referring to this packet here. We'll start with that one. And what I'd like to do is just go over some of the changes in it. We try to do one of these packets every year, so I don't want to have to go through everything, because you can just probably read that mostly on yourself. So I'm just going to kind of flip through, and then please stop me if there's any questions as we go through them. So the first tab is just the guidance services. And again, it's very similar to what we did last year, which talking about Naviance and their transition and so forth, and the 504 plans, scheduling and so forth. The page that I'd like you to turn to is page 6. Again, please stop me if I'm going too fast. So on page 6, what we put together is the AP Potential, and what we do is we have an AP Potential night every year, which we invite students to attend and their parents. So these are students that were identified through their PSAT scores of having an 85% chance or better of getting a 3 or better on their APs. And some students will have it on, 5 different AP exams, others on 1, it could do anything. But we invite them because what we do is we want to encourage students to take more AP classes at our school. So as you can see from that, different categories, English language, English literature, calculus, and so forth, how many 10th and 11th graders we feel could take an AP class and do well, have an 85% chance or better of doing well. So I just wanted to give you a little of those stats. And we'll let you know next year how many of these actually were able to take the AP class and chose to take the AP class. Because the PSATs is just one indicator of whether they're going to do well on the test, which is a little bit about SATs too later.
So
I just-
Lorraine,
yes.
if I may, so
Mhm.
that's a proactive effort on the part of your office to
Right.
help drive people into the program.
Exactly. We really believe that taking an AP class is so beneficial to the students, so the more that take them, I think the better off we are, and they
Sure.
are. So
That's
yes,
great.
it is.
That's great.
And that piece too, no, I was just going to add a little bit, that piece too about it, that 85%, and doing, and finding success on the exam is really only one measure, and I'm going to just continue to emphasize this because I am a strong believer in students having the experience of at least one AP class during high school. And sometimes it is that mindset of the 3, 4, or 5, and we're always looking at stats to see how well the students do. But if we have students who are interested in taking an AP class to have that experience of what are the rigors, what is it that you're going to be expecting that next year. When you're a senior, you're jumping into the fire. So to have a little bit of that experience of how do I juggle, how do I work independently, and not to say that our other classes aren't doing that, but it is at a different level. And to have as many students want to opt to take that challenge, as long as we're all okay with the fact that they may score a 1 or a 2 on the exam, because that exam is only one measure. That whole collective experience of that entire year is also important too. But this at least is a way to say to some students who might be questioning, hey, look, you've got some pretty good potential here. Much less what teachers see also too in a classroom, to say you've got potential in another way. Why don't you come on in and take one of these classes?
That's awesome.
And then college counseling, college mini fairs. If we could turn then to page 8, just a couple pages further, the National College Fair. What we did this year was we brought our entire 11th grade class into Boston for the National College Fair for the first time, and we thought it was a phenomenal experience. The students, I don't think, realized how many schools are around there, because if you look further, you'll see that most of our kids go to New England schools, so that's where their mindset is. But the amount of schools that were there and the exposure for the students, I thought was phenomenal. They came back saying, basically, wow, I just didn't know there were so many out there. And also, it kind of gave them an idea of their competition, because there were thousands of kids there, and they were, all of a sudden thought, wow, I'm competing against all these kids. So I thought it was a great experience. We're hoping to do that every year, and it was a great success.
Yes, and college admissions people will come to Boston to the national fair, where they won't come to the local fairs because they just don't have the personnel to do that. So what the kids get is exposure to colleges all over the world. I mean, there were colleges from other countries, and it's just great. And I think it's really an eye-opener, which is wonderful.
Yeah, that was great.
And they get a couple hours to just wander around and talk with people. And they did it very, very well. They really did,
Why haven't we done that before?
We've done the individual college mini fairs, and it's just a huge organizational component that we just haven't, done, to be really honest with you. I heard about it just a few years ago, and it was just one of those things that I just hadn't gotten around to organizing it and making it happen.
It does take
No
a
real
lot of
reason.
busing and a lot of chaperones.
Yeah.
So we have to be willing to have a lot of faculty and money. We have to have a lot of faculty members that are gone for the day. So there's a lot of logistical planning to it, but.
But well worth it, right?
Yes.
Right,
Exactly.
Very well worth it, yeah.
I was fortunate last year that my school had participated, so Maureen had mentioned, I'm like, yes, if we can do this, let's do this. And I think one of the beauties of it, and, you know, kind of this whole digital age, is the fact that our students all had barcodes. And so they could walk away without a piece of paper, and they're barcoding their information to these schools, and then these schools would send directly to our students. But we were responsible for putting all of that together, and we were responsible for kind of the overview of the day, and the buses, and getting these kids, and the permission slips. So there's a lot of logistics that do go into it.
Please do it again.
Yes.
No, we will.
We are.
I promise.
The financial aspect, we had, 4 buses, and that's a bit of a cost, and we have community, businesses in the community that stepped up and paid for that. So I just like to give Invensys a little plug for doing that, because that's a huge undertaking as well, so we're able to get money that way.
And it's run now by a couple of admissions staffs from Massachusetts universities. So I think they're much more tuned in to our needs from the different high schools, and they're much better organized than they had been in the past, so the last 5 years.
So this was a good time to actually.
That's
Yeah,
right, they've improved upon it immensely.
And when it was talking about the barcodes, that was huge, and I don't know if anybody's ever done that. Usually when you go around from college to college, you have to fill out one of these little cards and so forth. What we did in guidance is we did everybody's email address and inputted all the information for the whole 200 or so students and just gave them a piece of paper, and so they literally scanned it at each college, and so the colleges were able to get the information that way, as opposed to a kid spending all that time writing all the information. So yeah, that's so it was great. So yeah,
We will do it again.
we shall do it again. Yes,
It
yes.
sounds like we joined at just the right time with it
Yeah.
being well organized
Right,
now.
very well organized.
And the very next page, page 9, just real quickly, financial literacy. I always think this is such an important part, and every year we do the Credit for Life Fair, and this year we did it at Wheaton College, and it was a great success. And we're hoping to add more seniors next year with that.
Actually, what I'm hoping.
Yes,
I
yeah.
know what we're all hoping.
Yeah.
And hopefully for next year is, I'm really working hard to find a way where we can guarantee, just like we did for the college fair, that whether it's all sophomores or all juniors or whatever, that we can send an entire, right now we have roughly 70 slots, I think, to send, because it's a regional Credit for Life fair. But it would be great to be able to offer that to all of our students, guaranteed, so that they get to experience it in whatever year we choose, because it is one of the most valuable things that I've ever seen kids participate in. So the fact that we're limited in slots, it's tough to pick which kids can fill our seats, but I really believe every student needs that experience before they graduate from high school. It's about budgeting, it's about planning, it's
Sounds
about
like it.
realizing what expenses are necessary in life, and how do you go about budgeting. It's just a fabulous experience, and so we are actively working to find partners and other sources and resources that we can do that. But if not next year, I hope for the year after, but we're actively working on that.
Absolutely. And then the page 11, at the bottom was a new initiative this year, the teacher apprentice program at the elementary schools. So it was kind of a pilot program. We ended up sending 4 seniors to a variety of elementary schools, and they were able to be a teacher apprentice for the year. And invaluable experience. It was just fabulous. The students left. We have a rotating schedule, which causes a little bit of confusion sometimes, but they were able to leave campus here, drive down to the school, work 40 minutes or so with elementary schools, and come back, and they did that on a daily basis. And they either found out they loved the elementary age or not so much. But we had 4 and they all loved it, so.
Was that competitive? Like, were there greater than 4 that were interested in
No.
participating? Oh,
No.
so you were able to accommodate all of them?
This was our first year doing it,
Okay.
and so we just kind of put it up when kids come into guidance, if they want to be teachers or looking into it, like, hey, would you ever want to do this? And we had 4 students who were interested in doing it, and yeah, we found placements for all 4.
That's wonderful.
So yeah, so we're hoping next year we continue with that as well. Okay. Right to page, AP, next page, I just already hit on the AP Potential Night and AP Open House, just inviting them in, so we're all set. Career exploration at the bottom of page 12. We're trying to target students who are not sure what their career path is going to be or what they're thinking of. And on the next page, page 13, are the field trips we went on this year. And next year we plan on, again, targeting these 10th and 11th graders to give them a little of direction. And we will continue with maybe some of those and then add some. We're hoping about 8 or 9 field trips next year, about 1 a month or so. Okay? So the next grouping, unless anybody has any questions, I probably don't need to go through. It's more just about what we do in the developmental guidance program. But towards the end of that, the last couple pages are just the new courses. And I know that you've already gone through it because you've all approved them. So, but if you have any questions on the new courses, the transition, the new math, the physics, AP Physics and AP Psychology, Spanish, Communication Arts, or Video Production. I know that you've already gone through and presented it, but if anybody has any questions.
No, but it seems like it was a good year for adding some challenging classes.
Yes.
Absolutely. Well, a piece is we have virtual high school, as you all know, and a lot of our slots were taken by the AP Psychology class because so many students wanted to do that. And with 25 slots and about 12 of them taken by AP Psychology, we realized the demand was there. And it was there more than we thought because we had 60 kids sign up for AP Psychology. So we were able to, not only is that great for AP Psychology, but now we're opening up those virtual high school slots for other students who might want to do other things. So you're right, it was perfect timing. The next section is Career Specialist, which is Ellen Pillsbury. And she put together the different field trips and different things that she's done throughout the year. And I'm just gonna, again, I think they're pretty self-explanatory, but please let us know. One of them is, the third page in, is Bob's Discount Furniture, which we loved, and they were, the students loved the field trip, and they also gave us $1,000 to spend on future field trips when we left. They presented us with a $1,000 check, Bob's Furniture, so we were very psyched about that.
I think just for our viewing audience, we should point out it wasn't about furniture sales or
Oh,
making.
thank you. No, it's animation, clay animation. So it was mostly our art students that we took to that. Yeah, it was all, yeah, good point.
I mean, not that there's anything wrong with it.
No, exactly, no.
Furniture in your living room.
Yeah. Okay, so,
You do need to clarify
I think
this
we're
one.
good with all that.
Absolutely.
Okay, then the next section is
Right.
college. It's just called college, right?
Yep.
College info. Okay, so again, this is pretty self-explanatory. I'm just going to pop a couple things. The first few pages are basically just how we write letters of recommendations, a common app, and so forth. The one that says end-of-year report, I always find pretty interesting. It basically, for the last 3 years, we just try to keep up to date so you know how many students graduated and how many matriculated to private, to public, military, and so forth. And on the next page, it says 93% of our students in the class of 2013 are going to a 2 or 4 year school. Okay, I'm sorry.
Right after the letters.
Yeah.
So, yes, it's toward the, well, not quite the end. Right after the sample,
way
the
back.
sample
I'm sorry,
letters
yeah,
of
it's kind of near the
recommendation.
end, yeah.
Looks like this,
Before the last,
Right.
yeah.
Half a page,
yes.
right before the
Oh, you're in the
matriculations.
scholarship section, so yeah, right, keep, yeah.
Yeah, I just need to go backwards.
No.
So, so 93% of the
There you go, you're coming
students
to it.
go to the school, and then the next page is we just, where they've been accepted and where they've applied and where they've been accepted.
Oh,
So you
okay,
know,
so wait a minute, I just want to go back.
So,
So
yeah,
this year,
sorry.
93% of our graduating seniors are going on to higher
Further
education.
Exactly.
education, right,
Yeah.
right.
That's the 82, just to, 82% going to a 4-year college and 11% going to a 2-year college.
Correct, yeah.
And it's interesting to see the dips and the ups and the downs and that. You know, and again, every class is different and
Yes.
every class has
Right.
different needs, which we'll
Yeah, 'cause look
talk
at-
about shortly, so you see some.
That's true.
Yeah.
And with a small class of about 200 students,
Right.
1 or 2 students makes a difference. But it seems to me, over the last several years, we swing anywhere between 89 to 93.
Right.
Correct,
It-
yeah.
It's all, always
So
up
we're,
and
this
down.
is sort of on a high range. It's great.
That's right.
Yeah, on that page, I have the data
Yeah,
from
well,
2002 to
since-
2013, so you can
Since
see absolutely.
2007.
You're right, though, 89 to
Yep.
93 with
Yes.
93
Correct.
being
And,
a
and we
high.
always have students who will go into the military.
Yep.
And also who are college material, but are choosing that path. And those, that makes up the remaining 7% are either going into the military or they're going to a trade or other, into the workforce.
Right, right, exactly, yep.
That's a pretty good number right there.
So then the next few pages just actually tells you exactly where they've applied and where they've gotten into, so you just have an idea of the schools that they're going to. the last page of that before the graphs basically shows you in what state they're going to, and that's where I said before, our kids go to New England's colleges.
On the other hand,
Yeah.
there's 19 or 20 different states there, which I think is good if we can expand that.
Yep.
We have such a cluster of colleges in the Northeast that kids, tend to stay here, but I think it's good. And sometimes the prices are better if you go the distance, so. And yet at 18, some kids aren't ready to go that distance either. So.
Lorraine, I know you're hurrying along for our time, and I appreciate that, but I just want to spend a minute, as Deb just did on the graduation, or on the matriculation rate at the colleges, just to talk about the list here, and share a little anecdotal evidence, and I know you probably get plenty of that in your office, but on the soccer fields this weekend, I had a parent who's very interested in education of their children say, I took a list at where kids are going to school coming out of Foxborough High, and I realized I don't have to send my kids to private school, private high school.
That's the message we're trying to get out there.
I think a big smile probably came across my face, because I do think that is part of the story.
Absolutely. I agree with you 100%. I'm so glad to hear that.
Now, if people want to see the same list we're seeing, can they just get that by contacting you here at the high school?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So we don't make up, a lot of these books. We make up, we have a few extra, but we definitely have hard copies of whatever they want.
The lists of where kids are going to school. Thank you.
Right, the total public knowledge. Anybody who wants it just asks.
And sometimes I think it's also very interesting. This will show where they've been accepted and who's chosen to go where, right? Because sometimes it does come down to that financial package. Sometimes it comes down to that distance, what that program is,
what the family can afford.
There's so much, absolutely.
So many other things.
This is very impressive, as always. Thank you.
I always appreciate, Lorraine, that you kind of take us on the tour of what's new in guidance. And it astounds me, and even more so this year, about how much is new. So the extent to which we're growing and stepping on the gas is wonderful. Because we do continue to grow in the services and the courses and in everything else that's happening. So
always room for improvement.
Right.
Yes, thank you. And I'm not sure if this, does anybody have questions about the packet? Because the other, when you talk about some things that are new, I know that's the next on the docket, and hopefully we got this. It should be the top page of that lime green before Joe O'Neill starts speaking. It's the senior project preliminary proposal. But I just want to mention to you is one thing we're thinking of, and we just wanted to bring by you, is we're thinking of running a senior project next year for the seniors. And I just gave you a little outline of what it's all about. And basically, the reason we're trying to do it is we're trying to get students to have a kind of a life experience on their last month or so of school, of real world experience, working outside the classroom. Okay, and so when we were thinking of doing it is, after April vacation, and we're just preliminary working on all the details, and we'll give you all the details, as it comes closer to that in the fall. But they would be expected to, attend this program every day. They would get credit for it. They would have to do an oral presentation. There's a lot to it. And a lot of schools are going towards this, and some of it is to see if it's the career you want to go to. Some of it's community service. It's really open to a lot of different opportunities. So that's something
So
that...
right now, it's an idea.
Just an idea.
And if the high school administration decides to pursue it, they would come back to you pretty early in the fall with a specific proposal for Foxborough High School, how it would work, who would be eligible, who would probably not be able to participate based on their course enrollment, and, for the committee's consideration to approve. But it is an idea. We thought we would start by talking about it a little bit tonight, and see what reaction.
I'm being talkative here to my fellow committee members. Just cut me off when you guys want to chime in. But you know what? Thumbs up. Let's do it. Because I have heard about other programs doing it, and you'll get some of the list for those at home, Bishop Fian and Zavarian and others that are doing this kind of project. And I love the fact you're bringing it to us as a creative new idea. And so I'll be curious to hear the implications and the pros and cons. But I would say initial thumbs up with this person.
Can you give us an example of what this might be?
Well, there's several different ones really that are out there. But a couple of the ones that we've been looking a little bit more closely at are ones where the students do leave the building, and they may well be gone. But they're involved in some kind of a project with a mentor They do have to do, you have to have like a journal of everyday activities on what you've been doing. We have to have a person here at the high school that would facilitate that would be the overseer of all of it. They're expected to be at the job site every day, which may not be school hours of 7 to 2. It could be whatever that job site hours are of 9 to 4. They are needing to give an oral presentation at the end of it, usually before a panel of 1 or 2 or 3 people, with a rubric by which they're evaluated on what it is that they've learned. And in some cases, for many of these, there's something that's left behind, meaning there's an expectation that you're going to leave something for that particular place. Maybe it's a bulletin board, maybe it's a mural, maybe it's the fact that you have completely redone the music library of a school building. Maybe you have worked at an elementary school and you've done I don't know, maybe the project turned out to be a 9-month bulletin board display that teacher can just utilize, month after month on a yearly basis. So a variety of things, and again, it's that idea of really working independently, needing to make decisions, holding to a commitment, and having some real world experience. I've had some of this experience in 2 other schools that I was in, and I have to say that students came back saying, every student should do this. This is the best thing that I could have ever done. In some cases saying, I absolutely want nothing to do with what it was that I went into, and I really thought that I wanted to, but I know now that it isn't something that I want to do. And others saying this has been the best thing, I know that this is the direction that I want to go into. And in other cases, it was a project that students took on because they wanted to, and just felt that pride in completion and finishing it at the end. And it may not have anything to do with their future plans. So it comes in a variety of different ways, and a variety of different looks depending upon where it is and how it's put together.
Thank you.
We do
A lot more
already have,
details to follow.
We have already talked to a few business partners that would be interested in exactly
Yes.
that, and not interested, but would be rather excited by it. And I know she won't say it about herself, but clearly Mrs. Myers-Packler has worked in a couple of these districts that have it, so you hire somebody with experience and who knows something that's been good for kids and get excited about it. So a couple months ago, she said, I'd like to do a senior project, and I said, great. And then they're just going from there. So I think that this plan, when you see it in the fall, I think it'd be something that you could get excited about as well, because it's really can be challenging to give kids those real world experiences and to let them experience what real life is like so they can prepare
And it
themselves.
needs to fit us. That's
Right.
really what it's all about. And really the time that we have to take a look at that and to explore some of these other programs a little bit more is during the summer, when things kind of quiet down and we can really kind of focus on and have a good time to focus on and go from there. And we need teacher input, we're going to need some student feedback from it as well.
So there's so many possibilities. If we have kids interested in math, they could go and intern in accounting, somewhere. I mean, so there's so many possibilities.
Eco-farming, they could be heading to the coast and doing something with oyster beds, Students going in with, working with the homeless in Boston. There's been just so many different things that students have taken on over the years when it's come to this. And it can be something as simple as, again, we have students who are interested in elementary education, interning with a teacher here in our elementary schools or at the middle school, if that works out, that a mentor is found, so.
That's helpful, I think, for the people at home to have an idea of what this means. So thank you.
Stay tuned.
And I am delighted to be here and to speak a few words about the college admissions and SAT college admissions process. I haven't met a few of you, but I'm very happy to meet you here tonight, and happy to hear that comment down on the soccer field.
Yes.
We could speak for hours on the college admissions process, but I promise we won't do that. And on SATs. This sheet, we usually get, and by the way, it's a delight to work in conjunction with the guidance department, with Laureen and the other 3 counselors, and we collaborate very, very well on this whole process. This first sheet, just talking, and we often give this to the students in the classrooms when we're working with them in the classroom. The reason I bring it tonight is because I'm going to say a few words about SATs and ACTs, and this is it's listed 3rd on this sheet, but at some college it could be four more places down. So that these, as it notes down the bottom in small print, the students' courses and grades, and a GPA and a class rank is just your batting average of your courses and grades. Those two are almost always the number one things, not always, but almost always. But this SAT, ACT test could be anywhere in the remaining ones. I don't want to, going back into the booklet just for a second. No, we don't have to. I don't want to read to you. We don't have to go back in. This sheet that you have that talks about SATs, the Scholastic Assessment Test, I kind of choke on this. I'll probably be called on this tomorrow. Notice underneath it says Scholastic Aptitude Test. For 100 years, the College Board called this an aptitude test. And I always scratched my head trying to figure out how you could test anyone's aptitude. Because an aptitude is an ability to perform, which is, has many, many components. One of them being motivation. And no test can test a person's motivation, okay? So I could have a relatively low score and be a super motivated person and succeed some colleague who had a very high score and was not motivated. So I never quite understood why they called it an aptitude test. Now they call it assessment test, and I don't even know what that means, to be honest with you. It's better than aptitude, but I'm not 100% sure what they mean by an assessment test. In fact, that's a rather redundant, because an assessment is a test, and a test is an assessment. So I don't know what they're talking about now. But they're a reality in life for our students. Sometimes very important, sometimes not so important, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But they are a part of the admissions process. In fact, I wrote down a quote from a wonderful junior girl last week, and she's talking about herself. I work so hard to get good grades and then SAT scores. And that's exactly what she said to me, and then SAT scores. She had just got them back. She's a student who's in probably the top 35 to 38% of the class and got what she considered horrible SAT scores. They just don't match with how she performs on a daily basis. So and it's a tough thing sometimes to deal with the kids on this issue, because that's what happens. On this paper, Lauren and I did a lot of investigating of other systems and so forth, but they're supposed to be an objective measure of college readiness, and I'm not so sure that's even possible to, it's just like aptitude. How can I tell if you are ready? Academically ready, maybe there's some of that, but predicting a student's readiness. So we say, is that really true? What has been shown is that there's a very high correlation between affluence in a community and high performance on SAT tests. And probably because in very affluent situations, test prep courses that run $2,000, $3,000 are readily available. Now, we have courses in school here that do not cost the students anything as test prep courses, but these are the private courses that run $2,000 and $3,000. And I think that's part of what makes the correlation between affluence and high SAT scores. But it's also the culture of the community, maybe the educational level of the families in the community. Those things all kind of match up with high SAT scores. But I'm not so sure they really predict the readiness that they speak of. We would like nothing better than to have our students not be disappointed by this, like this poor junior girl, and receive scores that are congruent with how she performs in school every day. But it'll take time. And actually, in the book or somewhere in these papers, there's a progression of how our average SAT score has gone on over 7 years. That might have been why I was thinking of going back to the book.
Right here.
Oh, okay, it's on a separate sheet. Yeah, and you'll notice that our scores have gone up over the past 7 years, that they increase, so somewhere in that information, you can see that. Yeah, and you can see how they have improved
Even on the
each
second
year.
page of this, it does too. There's the SAT average scores on the very flip side of it,
Right,
on the back
right,
page.
yeah, okay.
As well as the
On the
chat.
back of that, right, of that page, yep, yeah. So, we are improving, and we are improving at a steady rate. And yet, that is not the be-all and end-all of the college admissions process, you know? In fact, on this sheet that I referred to first, you'll notice that down third from the bottom, talk about portfolios and auditions. For many students, that talent is much more important than an SAT score. I mean, certainly, the specialized schools would want to see a student achieving well in school, but a portfolio or a performance audition for many students is far more important than an SAT score. So I think we have to keep in mind that as much as the SAT scores are a significant part of the whole college admissions process, that students, for students, other talents can be very, very important. And we have to understand those other talents and appreciate those other talents. And the college admissions people do recognize those other talents. Stop me at any time for questions. We did a little comparison of districts and how our SAT scores, that's on a sheet that looks like this, how our SAT scores compare to districts. We finally did it with
The median family income.
median family income. Again, on that notion that affluence sometimes begets better scores because of more money to spend on test prep and things like that. We do quite well. We are in the top 35% in the state of Massachusetts in terms of our SAT scores. And I think that's, and you know, someday we'll be in the top 30%, and I think that's just about right for where we should be, in the top 35%. Yes, we'd love to be in the top quarter in the state, and someday we will be. But that, you know, just takes time and effort.
So just to clarify for a minute, these districts are what we've talked about at this table, which is the comparable, how the Department of Ed determines comparable districts to us. And what they look at is, they have a formula that they look at on what we call the DART tool, District Analysis Tool. And it really compares districts across Massachusetts and finds the other 9 that are most similar to us in median family income, median house prices, per pupil expenditure, not the SAT scores, but those socioeconomic status, our enrollment, so the size of the community, the low income percentage, the percent special education students, and MCAS scores. So they use those socioeconomic and MCAS score criteria to put together what other communities are most similar to us, so that we can see if you're getting a good value for your dollar here in our community compared to others who are similar to us. So that's what this is with our SAT scores entered by our guidance people in the middle. So, and this happens to be sorted by per pupil expenditure, just for which way we're sorting it. So I don't know if you wanted to pause and talk about that for a minute, because we're always thinking about who do we want to compare ourselves to, but this is who the Department of Ed says we compare to in terms of similarity.
I think it's an interesting contrast. I mean, because what we normally, when we go to AdCom, we're other towns are represented in terms of our comparable data that we talk about. So,
and I think one of the fallacies is that the districts who are similar to us are those that are contiguous to us, that are near us. Not really. So that doesn't necessarily, geographic location doesn't necessarily determine communities who are similar. So, you know, for our purposes, we like to look at who else is similar to us and say, how are our SAT scores? Are we doing better than other districts who are similar to us in the way the Department of Ed determines it, a little bit more scientifically than we might? Our perception, and you can see that our SAT reading scores at 522 are higher than all of them actually on the list. Our SAT writing scores are higher than all of them. And our average SAT math score is higher than all but one.
Right.
So this to us was kind of an interesting thing to look at, is who are we similar, and are our kids doing better than students in other communities that are most like us?
It's an economic barometer, right? Really? I mean, median price, cost per pupil,
Yeah, they call it socioeconomic
Yeah.
indicators.
Yeah.
Right.
I think to me personally, I think what's even more meaningful is our SAT trend is up every year.
Yes.
We're balancing our SAT focus with these other things, as Joe's been outlining, the colleges are interested in. We offer educational opportunities like this idea of the senior project. So I like all that analysis. I think, I guess why we always run long on this portion, I think this is very telling and a very good, and we use a lot of this for our district report card, of
We
course.
do.
I think this is a key discussion we have every year, and it sounds like it's very positive.
And that's a very good segue into, a lot of the colleges right around us believe what you just said. Holy Cross College, for example, dropped SAT scores probably 2 years ago now. And they very much want to get to know, now they're small enough, they want to get to know the individual students, so they substitute an interview for SAT scores. They care very much about the students' grades and courses, but after that, it's the student, the person, and what the person can contribute and what the person has contributed and so forth. So you've got, that as an example of Holy Cross. Providence College dropped them recently, Merrimack College dropped them a long time ago. And it's not an epidemic of dropping them, which brings me to, there's an organization called the National Center for Fair and Open Testing, and their name is Fair Test, and they produce a document like this, and we give it to the kids, of 400 colleges in the country that do not, how do they state it? They admit substantial numbers of students into bachelor degree programs not using SAT or ACT scores.
De-emphasize.
De-emphasizing is the word, yes, de-emphasizing. But it's not, of the 4,000 college, it's just a small number. On the other hand, they do exist, and there's quite a few of them that do exist around us. So they're the enlightened ones that have come to.
Could you add, because this was the point that surprised me, because there's always controversy, it seems, over some aspect of SATs and college-type testing. But the one thing that really surprised me was your second paragraph on this narrative about SATs. That really did surprise me. I thought that SATs being numbers were sort of written in stone, and it is what it is, and your SAT scores. And could you just explain, because people at home can't read that, but they can hear you talk about it. So could you read that paragraph and then tell us what
that was pointed out to me by a very renowned statistician back some time ago. As we look at SAT mean scores by community, we need to understand that data can be manipulated. Some districts calculate their average score based only on the students planning to attend a 4-year college. Okay? So that would mean leaving out 11% of our kids. Other districts remove the scores of the students who have IEPs. Some districts eliminate the scores of students who have a lower than C average for the 3 years, who have a GPA of 2.0 and below. Well, wouldn't that be nice? We calculate all of the students, I think 185 out of 191 took them this year. We calculate all of the students in ours. So that sometimes when you read data, it's a little deceiving,
That was really, does that surprise you?
Yes.
I was totally bowled over.
Yes.
And of course,
Very
nobody
surprising.
questions that. If you're asked to submit your average, critical reading, mathematics, and writing SAT score, and you've left out, and we've left out, 25 kids who have a GPA of 2.0 or lower, nobody questions that, We just say that instead of 175 students took it, 150 took it, and this is the average, but boom, the numbers go up. So we can't always believe what we read. I was very naive until that was pointed out to me. I don't know if there are other questions or thoughts on them. I have one more. Any thoughts or questions? I'd be happy to have discussions anytime you'd like on the college admissions process and on the SAT scores and the whole complicated thing about SATs. Last Thursday's Globe. Coincidentally, Lauren and I have been working on gathering some data and, family income and all that. This was last Thursday's Globe. And I think it just points out that we have to use our best common sense when we're encouraging kids to come into AP courses and encouraging kids to do better on SATs. Many communities not far from us, this is about Lexington, Belmont, Needham, and Acton, Foxborough. But you could put a whole bunch of other communities into this. Wellesley and Weston and Wayland. And again, this is the affluence that we speak of which helps to kind of raise scores. But they're trying to lower the bar because the bar for the kids has gone so high and the kids are so stressed out, it's become an unhealthy environment for young people. And so they're trying to find ways to lower the bar. So as we're trying to raise the bar slightly, other communities are trying to lower it slightly for the mental health of these students. So I think as we progress in all of this, we just have to use our good common sense. And we do with the students. We always talk to them about, we're not about getting you an ulcer, and we're not about you having a nervous breakdown. That's not what our agenda is. We want you to test your limits, but we want you to test your limits in a very healthy way. So.
Well put.
This is fantastic. This is really, really helpful information, I think, for people. And you said would some of this information be on our website or in this book or not?
This packet here or this information?
Well, both.
We could put it on. We currently do not have it on the website, but yeah.
I think you could put it as a link on the guide, on
Absolutely,
the high school.
we could do the whole booklet as a link with it.
Sure. Or at least the pieces that people would most like.
Right.
Okay.
I think especially maybe for parents that, that are anticipating their students, their children entering the high school. And I think that this whole process can be extremely overwhelming to parents. So I think it would be helpful to arm them with some information so that they can, obviously help their children navigate these tough times as they're trying to figure out what they're going to be doing after high school. So this is.
We'll make sure we get it on there.
Okay,
next
great.
week.
Final comment. We have wonderful, wonderful young people in this district, wonderful young people. And
we do.
We want to keep
sure
them that
do.
way.
Yeah.
We want them to have all the opportunities that are out there, but keep them that way, They're not spoiled, they're not entitled, they're just wonderful young
They're
people.
wonderful students.
And multi-talented young people.
Yes.
Multi-talented.
Well, we're fortunate to see that
Yes, all
at
the
our
time.
school committee meetings. Thank you so much. Does anybody else have anything that they want to add?
Just another commendation, as I did with
Yes.
Mrs. Abrams. I think you guys are doing a great job.
You are. Thank
Please-
you so
please
much.
keep it up.
Thank you. I need to add one little thing, and I should have stepped up when the students were presenting their project. There were two things about that project that they didn't mention. I absolutely love the fact that their trash bins, they actually hollowed out logs, and that's what the trash bins were going to be. So when you talk about really getting down to the detail of everything that was asking. But also, that particular project, it called for water. And I asked the students when they came back and they saw the other projects, so did anybody else have water? And they said no, they just kind of, they made the pond and colored it blue or put the cellophane paper in. And if they were going to have running water for the project, it could not be done by a pump that plugged in. It had to be environmentally friendly, use of a battery, and actually the students were able to find one that somebody had at home so that we had that running water as they demonstrated for you here. So I mean, really taking things to that, just to that nth degree with it all. It was just,
our kids
so
are the
just
only
those two
ones
other
that
little
had running
points I really
water.
wanted to point out on it with it,
Yeah.
so. But anyway, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
We
Thank you
appreciate
very
all the
much.
time it
Yes.
takes to put this amount of massive information together, so much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on. We're running a little behind, but sure we'll.
Well, when you think of the difference in the guidance department in the last 10 years, with the support of this committee to rebuild it, it's unbelievable.
Oh, it is.
It's unbelievable. So thank you to all of you who did that, because that wasn't us. That was you.
Next on our agenda is the Ahern Middle School and Foxborough High School mathematics textbook adoption.
All right, mathematical genius
Dr.
people,
Burgos?
come on up. Amy?
We're here to present some immediate needs based on our curriculum review from this current school year. So as you know, we have a 6-year curriculum cycle, and this is the year for us to really study in depth mathematics. And it's perfect timing with all of the changes with the Common Core state standards being implemented within or embedded within the current curriculum framework. It's been a year-long process. We have 18 people on this committee that includes teachers and administrators, and I know that Mrs. Mello and Mrs. Carl will introduce some of them in a few minutes because they have come out to support the work that they've done and also to publicly recognize them, because it has been a tremendous amount of work that they have been meeting all year. It's included really looking at our own curriculum program that's in place, current textbooks, looking at current research as far as the scientifically based research, looking at where our strengths are, looking at where we have gaps, and studying the alignment to our current curriculum and resources to the new math framework. And you've heard a lot in the last year with the changes that have happened, and you'll hear more specifics tonight. We will give a more in-depth overview summary report that really gets into a lot more than just curriculum alignment, professional development recommendations, and other types of recommendations that will come out of that study in September. They're finalizing that report, but due to timing, we are at a place where, as you'll hear, a real need for a different textbook at the middle school and the high school, specifically for Algebra 1, 2, and Geometry, because of the shifts that are taking place in standards and between the increase of standards, increase of rigor, and coherence, and the standards that have moved from grade to grade. So I will turn it over to the two of them and let them present the initial findings.
Hello. Hello. Nice to see you all. Hello. All right, so, yes, thank you.
There you go.
So as Dr. Berto said, we are just going to talk about some of our initial findings tonight that relate specifically to our alignment to the Common Core. But before we get started, I just wanted to recognize some of our committee members who are here in the audience. We have Katie Young, our elementary math specialist, Kristen Lytle, 3rd grade, Caitlin Silvestri,
Yep, Sylvester.
high school
High
math,
school.
and Sue Abrams, who attends when she's available. So on the bottom, oh yes, that's right, and Diana, that's right, Diana who also attends. So at the bottom, we have some additional visiting members, mostly including the building principals and Amy Bertos, who their schedules only permit them to come on occasion, but it's great when we have them there. So tonight we're going to focus on reporting out on our first goal, and that goal was related to identifying the level of alignment to the Common Core state standards with our current programming, and that includes our textbooks and our instruction. So when we're looking at that goal, we came up as a committee with some action steps. And the first thing that we did was we surveyed all of our teachers. And it was a very lengthy survey that you will hear much more about in the fall. But tonight, for the purpose of our discussion, we're going to talk specifically about teachers' perspectives on their need for supplemental materials since we've implemented the Common Core state standards in the Massachusetts frameworks, because there are some significant changes. How they feel their instruction is aligned to the Common Core state standards, what observations they have with these changes in their instruction, and how it has impacted their instructional practices. In addition to that, through our team, we conducted a very thorough analysis of the alignment of our current programs to the standards to identify any gaps that we might have. So these are the initial survey results. This is looking at our elementary teachers only. So we asked them on a scale of 1 to 4, how well does Think Math, which is our elementary K-5 math program, align to the Common Core state standards, 1 being not at all, and 4 being completely. And just as a side, I don't think there's any program out there that completely 100% aligns to any standards. So those were the results there. So we had most people feeling that it is a very good match for the Common Core, and some people feeling that, you know, it's an okay match, but neither on either end of the range. Looking at the middle school, the results are a little different. There were not many people who felt that it was a strong match. There were some people who felt strongly that it is not a match at all. And then the majority of the people are feeling like it's okay, it's not a great match. As we did this, before I turn it over to Sue to talk about the high school results, this was our first year of implementation, and we tried to approach this by supplementing. So this was done through the lens of what they had experienced, trying to supplement. And it was very bumpy, trying to fill in the gaps. Some topics moved out of one grade and into another grade, so maybe they were in the 6th grade book now, but they used to be in the 7th grade book, so we tried to pull them out and move them. And that was really disruptive in terms of coherence. We'll talk a little bit more about that later.
Things are a bit different at the high school because we don't have a single program across the 3 courses, Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2. The majority of freshmen and sophomores currently take geometry, and Algebra 2. There's only 4 Algebra 1 sections currently this year, which makes it difficult for those teachers to address how the books currently meet the standards. This year, the Algebra 1 was the first course to really try to implement fully those Common Core standards. Geometry and Algebra 2 are sort of waiting as those courses catch up, and we roll those kids forward as they gain those new standards. You can see that we are, divided, but we're still a majority at the 1 and the 2. And all of the courses that are taught at the high school level are not driven by the Common Core standards. So you might have a few teachers that were answering based on maybe their statistics texts that they were using, which isn't really addressed in the standards. So you get to see the variation there.
So this is a very telling graph. We asked all the teachers K through 12, do you supplement your text with other materials? And that was the result. So we have almost everybody feeling the need now with the Common Core to supplement their materials. And from our perspective, we really want that to be something that's done very systematically and very consistently. We don't want to, the reason that we got math programs was to gain consistency in the elementary across all 3 schools and across the classrooms at the middle school and at the high school. So by having people pulling, which has been what this year has been, we get a little concerned about the consistency when we look at that graph. You want to talk about the shifts?
Sure. So there are 3 major shifts with the new set of standards: focus, coherence, and rigor. So with focus, we have fewer topics, but you go much more in depth than we have in the past. It used to be everything was a mile wide and but just an inch deep in terms of what we were doing with the concepts. And we were continuously having to remediate each year and go back over and review. The hope is now that as students gain work in a topic, that they gain enough work and enough depth in it that they really understand it, so as they progress, we actually get to move to new material right away, and it's not November, December before we're entering some of those new topics. As far as the coherence and the connections with and across grades, I can talk especially at the high school level. The standards actually go across these 3 courses that I'm going to keep talking about, the Algebra 1, the Geometry, and the Algebra 2. Sometimes a standard will start, let's say, with some function work. It starts in Algebra 1, but we're going to maybe just limit it to the finishing up of linear functions and quadratic functions. When we move to Algebra 2, we're going to build on those, and we're going to also introduce polynomial functions, and we're going to move into logarithmic functions and exponential functions. So we're looking at progressing with some of the big ideas throughout all of the grades, and I would assume that that's something fairly similar.
Yep, there's a very systematic progression from
Across-
grade to grade
from
that
grade to
builds.
grade to
And there
grade.
are mastery expectations. You were talking a little bit about that. There are certain benchmarks where students have to master certain skills so that we can presume when we begin the next year, we can hit the ground running instead of reviewing.
Right. And then in terms of the rigor, and this is one of the areas where I think we felt that there was the strongest of needs for that conceptual understanding, the fluency, and the applications. The idea that we really want students to understand why and how the math is used. So you're going to hear us talk about with some of the standards and practice about students having to explain their work and having to be able to critique others' explanations. The fluency piece, that's perhaps some of the facts that you're used to thinking about. We want the students to be able to quickly recall information so that we can actually get into the depth. And then applications, you're going to hear us talk a lot about modeling. And kids have been asking for a very long time, why do we need to know this and where are we going to use that? And the standards really address that now and are asking us to bring a lot of that into the classroom.
So just taking a look at the middle school as an example, on the left side there you can see the grade level and the number of standards that were included in the former framework. So for an example, at grade 5, in the former frameworks we had 24 standards. The Common Core has added 10 additional standards to that grade level. And if you just glance down that right column, you can see just at the middle school alone there's a difference of an additional 34 standards. Those are new standards, and that's not really accounting for the shifts within grade levels as well. Now, that sounds like we're not going a mile wide and inch deep. We just talked about that. But Those standards are very closely related and build on each other. So for example, there's a whole strand now just on fractions in grades 3, 4, and 5, and there's a systematic progression. So within the standards, they're much more explicit before, and you'll see when we go to another example here. Before, in the former framework, this was a 6th grade standard, you'll see they package the addition, the subtraction, the multiplication, the division all in one standard. That's not the case anymore. They're breaking them down very specifically so we know exactly what the expectation for mastery is. And you'll notice some key words in there. Interpret. It's not just solve this problem anymore, compute. You need to understand what's going on with the problem. You need to solve real-world problems. And you need to justify your action, oftentimes using visual models. That's all over the standards.
And that's been consistent, right, for the last few years since
We've
the
been
new
working on
standards?
it, yes.
2011.
So this is just an example of that. So on the left, the former expectation, solve this problem. 1/2 divided by 1/8, and if we think back to when we learned it, multiply, flip it over, and you're done. That's not how it works anymore. This is an example of what the student would be expected to do. You need to create a problem context for that problem. So where would you see that in real life? And then draw a model to show your solution. And these are some samples of what those models should look like, and really understanding what those little pieces mean. So we started to talk about these. In the new standards, there's not just content standards, there's these standards for mathematical practice. And these are really the underpinnings of success in mathematics. You want to go through them?
Sure. So several of them, good teachers were already incorporating into their classrooms. That first one, make sense of problems and persevere in solving them. We've always wanted the students to read very carefully and what's the important information and what's the question and how are you going to attack it. When we would present them with challenging problems, because we wanted them to keep going. We didn't want it just to be a skill and drill. And so that's still there. Reason abstractly and quantitatively. We're going to now not just worry about the numbers. You saw Allison's example with the fractions, but abstractly by having to draw those models and show pictures to represent what's going on. And the example she gave you, we could find things like that through all of the grades and through all of the courses, that kind of a detail in what we're asking the students to do. 3, the construct viable arguments and critique the reasoning of others. Again, we're looking for the students to be able to explain why. How do you know that that's the answer? Can you explain that to one of your peers?
That's also supporting solving a problem multiple ways.
Yes.
And maybe you thought of a way that I didn't think of. And we have the document cameras in the classroom now. Many of the classroom students can come up with their work sample. I've learned a new way just from watching other people's, a much more efficient way. Actually, recently I just learned that I was like, wow, why didn't I think of that? Just by seeing someone else's work. So the opportunities for learning are really generated from the students more than from the teachers.
Well, I saw an example of that today. I was in a classroom and they were graphing some exponential functions, and one student was doing it one way and then another student approached it another way, and then a third student said, well, but I've been thinking about it this way. And then the conversation was, is there a right way, or are all of these correct ways to go about it? So those are the kinds of conversations that we've always liked, but now it's part of the standards. It's going to be what the students are going to be asked to do on some of their assessments. They're going to be asked to write things with multiple representations and give multiple ways to go about solving it. So number 4, this model with mathematics, notice it's bigger and it's in red, because that is the big one for us in terms of, how do we take these skills that we're teaching and how do we implement them in the real world? How do we provide the students with information and have them come up with the math that's going to solve it? How do we provide them these challenges so that they can say, oh, I think I need to model that with a quadratic, or I think I could do that with an exponential function, and then I could answer the question of, when this happens, that kind of a thing. And I'm going to say it right now, that's one of the biggest areas that our current texts are lacking. That's one of the biggest places that we were all going for supplementary material, because the older texts really were more about skill and drill with an occasional application thrown in there, and sometimes forced at that.
In our middle school, while not as old as your high school, the problems are very contrived. They're not high interest problems. Every ratio problem is about paint bottles over and over and over again. And so, I mean, I don't know how many kids are mixing paint, I'm sure some are, but there are much better real-world scenarios that we could relate to.
And real life is messy, and a lot of the times the ones that have currently been in the text, everything works out very nicely. So the kids assume that that's how it happens all of the time. And as we've tried to provide them with more realistic data or have them do some activities to gather the data, sometimes they were confused with, well, it doesn't match exactly what we've been doing in class, so now what? How come it's not? What do I do with it? So that's one of the biggest areas that we're looking to improve upon.
It's my understanding that this modeling with mathematics is going to be a key component of the future national park assessments.
Yes.
That if we don't adopt resources that have kids, that allow that to happen in the course of a natural instruction, that it'd be really difficult to supplement in order for them to do well in that portion of the future testing.
Yes.
And in addition, it's a really strong connection to everything they're talking about in the STEM pipeline of kids being able to think about things, address a real world scenario and use what they know and collaborate with others to be able to tackle it.
And pull it together. Use appropriate tools strategically, so we're talking about rulers and compasses and calculators and bar models and software. And when is it appropriate to use that calculator? When should you grab it and give up, doing the calculations on the side versus it was faster if you just did the multiplication in your head. Attend to precision. This has been one of my mantras all year about correct definitions, correct uses of vocabulary. If the directions say round to the 10th place, you round to the 10th place, you don't go out to the hundreds. That this all means something and that it matters and that we should be paying attention to it and that the students should be paying attention to it as well. Look for and make use of structure. There are a lot of things that you're going to see in a minute when I go through some of the changes at the high school level that talk about functions and how we can change the functions from one to another, how we can transform them. So if students understand how the equations and functions are set up structurally, they're more likely to see how a change of one number here will affect the overall picture. So we're constantly trying to show them, again, different representations so that they can understand how everything plays together. And then that last one, look for and express regularity and repeated reasoning. Again, we've done some of that in the past with the patterns, and that, if we did something with the linear functions, then maybe we're going to see the same things in the quadratic, and maybe we'll see some of the same things in the absolute value and the polynomials, et cetera, et cetera. So we don't want them to see everything as these disconnected concepts, but we really want them to start to understand that this mathematics is something that they're building upon from year to year to year, and some things that they learned in 6th grade they can apply in 7th and in 8th and so on and so forth.
So this is just a sample page from the new Massachusetts frameworks, just to highlight where you can see some evidence of the standards for math practice. And you'll notice how many of those begin with the word understand, and that you really need to understand what all of this means and what's going on. And then in red, we've circled, we don't just want you to understand this, we want you to interpret and explain in the context of the real world. So the kids, it really is important for the materials that we put in front of kids to have meaning, to actually be about things that they're interested in, and then for us to make it come alive for them. That's the way that we're going to hook the kids.
All right, so the changes in Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2, many of the standards you see in the 3 courses, and it'll say, in Algebra 1 only consider through this function, and then when you get to Algebra 2 you pick up an additional 3 functions. So it wasn't as easy as what you saw with Allison's chart where we could just say there's an additional 7 or additional 18. So I tried to put in some of the really large shifts. Algebra 1 for the new standards is more like the old Algebra 1, the end of the book, and the beginning of an Algebra 2 book. I'm going to show you an example. Mrs. Spinelli, you were talking about the park assessments, and I have an example up here. And it would be something that would be in the Algebra 1 course, but if you looked at it, chances are it wasn't anything you learned in Algebra 1. It was something that you probably learned when you were in Algebra 2. So the fact that so many things have shifted from the different grades, the textbooks have become more difficult to use. We can still find the material, but it means a lot of running around and trying to Xerox things for the kids or pulling from other areas to really fit our needs. So I'm going to just sort of go through. The same thing is happening in geometry. You'll see in there the applied trigonometry. I mean, trigonometry was something that we all took, and it was pre-calculus. And some of these ideas are now shifting down into the geometry. The same thing with like the conic sections, that was something that was typically all in pre-calculus, and now that's being expected down at the geometry level as well. On the right-hand side, and you'll see this in the Algebra 2 as well, there are quite a few statistical standards that have been moved down into the geometry and the Algebra 2 courses as well. Things that traditionally have not been there at all. And there we go with the Algebra 2. Again, finishes what you would have thought as being Algebra 2 probably when you were back in school and taking it, and then a lot of, again, the pre-calculus concepts to finish up all of that function work and the vector work, that kind of, and then again on the right-hand side you can see what I was talking about in terms of all the statistical knowledge. The standards really want the kids to understand about data and how do you interpret it and how do you make sense of it. So I know in my Algebra 2 class this year, for the first time, as they're doing models, we're constantly having discussions about how do you know which one is a good model? What do we look at to make that judgment? That's some things I did in my AP Stats class as well. So, you know, again, all these topics that weren't traditionally there are suddenly in these courses.
And if you're wondering where the first half of Algebra 1 went, it
Yes.
now lives in 8th grade.
It lives in 8th grade. Right. So all that, you know, 8th grade has become quite rigorous now because they have to really do all of that work for us so that we can then keep moving along and cover these standards. So here's an example for a task that the students might be asked to do. And again, most likely on the Algebra 1 exam, you see they've got some data. And they're basically being asked to find a function from this data and make some decisions based upon the data itself. How will they know whether it's linear? How will they know whether it's quadratic? If they've got a function, how will they know that it is a good function, it's the best function? And then once they have it, then they have to make, they have to answer some questions about what if you had another golf ball, that kind of a thing. These are the kinds of tasks that we have seen as examples that we're going to be trying to prepare the students for. So on the next slide, I pulled, not obviously as lengthy, but I pulled a task from the series that we're interested in. So you see the table of data again. Investing, you've got that real world connection. And you'll notice that their question is just determine which model best describes. So previously it might have said, find the linear model that fits, or it might have said find the exponential model that fits. It would have just told the students exactly what to do. Now they're actually having to make some decisions, and then they're going to have to justify that conclusion. So again, those are the kinds of tasks that we're looking for.
And when they're writing these tasks for the Park assessment, the phrase that is being used is depth of knowledge. They want to see how deep the students really understand. So the rigor that's built into the task doesn't give them any clues into what they're looking for. They really want them to use those standards of math practice to figure out, what is this problem calling for? Maybe I know I can multiply and divide beautifully, but do I know when to apply that operation in a specific situation? Old textbooks were like a page of multiplication. You're doing multiplication because you're on the multiplication page.
And then you do 10 more on the other side of the page.
Right. Or 50.
Right.
So we did some research as we started to realize that we had a significant need for some new textbooks. So we looked at several samples, and we had a systematic way that we were analyzing them, and we went through some rubrics to see what the features were that met our needs. We had some publishers come in and do some presentations highlighting the features of their programs. We actually had the opportunity to take some of the sample materials that were the most appealing and use them with some students. So we had some small, I wouldn't even call them pilots, but there were small groups of students who actually used some materials throughout the year. And we were able to get student and teacher perspectives on those materials and how they addressed the gaps that we had identified. We also had other districts that we consulted, for example, that are using our current middle school program is Impact Mathematics. We contacted other districts to find out what their plan is for the Common Core. Are they replacing their textbooks? If they're staying with it, how are they doing it? We found the majority are replacing it. And we also gathered feedback from teachers as they tried to supplement, and how was that going? And we already talked a little bit about that, so I won't bore you. So here's the good part. We get to our recommendations. After a thorough analysis of our current text and careful consideration of the options that we had, the Math Review Committee recommended, which we were very excited about actually, because we sort of did this work separately.
Middle school and high school did this independently.
We did the initial work together, but then when it came to preview, there was no need to be together. So we actually came out with the same Glencoe Common Core edition. So we're really excited about that because when you think about that Standard 6, Attend to Precision, and we talked about the academic vocabulary and the language, this will provide that for us in a constant stream from 6 through 11.
6 through 11, right.
I know I put 6 through 12 there. That was my
That's okay.
mistake. There is no Algebra 1, Algebra 2, or Geometry.
Yeah,
But that's okay.
that is a really great thing.
Right, we're very
Right, we're
excited.
very
It'll
excited
just
about
help
that.
kids with the transition. And
Absolutely. Well, and that's one of the things that had come up when we did our survey, different schools, different vocabulary from different teachers. So this will really help unify
Consistency.
that. Yep.
I was thinking volume discount. I don't know about that.
We thought of that too.
We thought of that too. Yep.
We do like a good deal.
So why the Glencoe? Glencoe had a very strong alignment to, a genuine, authentic alignment to the Common Core State Standards and the Standards for Math Practice. We looked at some books that on the cover had the big sticker of Common Core, but then when you looked in, it was the same book practically.
Same text,
Right, and they just prettied it up with the little things here and there, but it didn't have the rigor, it didn't have the new standards, it didn't have that coherence and that progression that we're looking for, and those real world contexts. These books jumped out at us for just the authentic nature of the problems kids will care about solving. They provide focus on the key ideas of each grade level, so we're not going to waste our time on things that aren't relevant within the grade anymore. That's actually one of the problems with our old books, because now that the standards have changed, there are sections of the books that no longer apply because we don't cover those standards anymore. I talked about them authentically representing real-world context. They reflect a balance of rigor and conceptual understanding of those key concepts. They have wonderful conceptual models. They embed technology. I was very impressed looking at the website. Students can access the book from their smartphone, their tablet. It's keeping up with the way that kids interface and the way that they learn. That's how they learn now. They're digital citizens. And the technology for us, there's a lot of great things for the teachers to engage the students in the classroom. It provides a consistent progression from 6 through 11. We already talked about that. And we really liked the way the activities are written to access all different types of learners. There are components for many different learning styles so that you have something for everybody.
Right. Okay. So I know this question has come up, so I just wanted to include this. The incoming freshman group are all going to be in Algebra 1 based on the new Common Core standards. And you can sort of see they're going to be moving into geometry as 10th graders, Algebra 2 as 11th graders. And then that honors group, they'll be, the AP Calculus is missing underneath the grade 12. It's hidden behind.
It's probably white.
It's probably white. I know every time we posted something on there, it was white text. But that top arrow should also say the AP Calculus, and then it looks like some of the honors calculuses are missing as well. So you still have calculus as an option in grade 12 and the AP Calculus as well. And same thing for that CP group. And then you still have the statistics, and then the Geometry B and the Algebra 2B. That group would be able to go on to pre-calculus.
So just for people watching at home, the H is honors and
The
the
H
CP is
honors,
college placement.
Yes, and CP is college prep. Thank
College
you for
prep.
clarifying. Right.
And the idea is that these standards are so rigorous, and if you experience them as a kindergartner all the way up through, you're going to be ready to tackle math at a very high level when you get to the high school, which is why that Algebra 1 course is so robust now with those Algebra 2 components.
Correct. And there you go.
Thank you for that presentation. I just have a couple of questions. First of all, love the PowerPoint. Can we get a copy for the committee as well?
Sure.
Okay, that'd be great, because you gave us a lot of important information. I think that would be helpful. Two,
If you email it, whoever's got it, if you email it, you have it.
Okay.
If you email it to me, I can send it on an email.
Does this include, now you said online textbooks. Are we getting real textbooks as well with this? I shouldn't say real, sorry. I mean, hard copy. Yes.
Right, yes. It does include both the digital copy and the print textbook. At the middle school level, it's a consumable. I don't know if you would talk a little bit more about the consumable nature of that.
At the middle school, it's actually a soft cover. It's about this thick, and it's pretty big. There are 2 volumes of it. It's a consumable, almost like a workbook that the kids can use, and it's in full color. So we were thinking we'll put it in a binder, and that's how we will go about using it and there's also an online version of it that's interactive, so if the students wanted to do it on the computer, they would be able to. They would also be able to print it and do it that way. At the high school,
So
they
they
will.
can't forget it at
There's
school.
no
Right,
excuse.
there's no excuses,
Right.
right. So at the high school level.
Kids have no chance anymore.
They can do it on their phone.
They can do it on their
They
phone,
can do it
right.
on their
It's with them all the time.
That's right, or mom's
Or
phone.
mom's
That's
phone.
right,
Right,
there you go.
right. So at the high school level, we're looking for online access for all of the students, and then we are looking for classroom sets of books to be left in the rooms, so that if the teacher needs to do something or the kid needs a book in school, the students will be able to have them.
They're
in the
saving their
classroom.
backs. It's a pretty large.
They're very thick books, so yes, it is a matter of saving
And for those
backs.
that don't have
Yeah, I was gonna
access
ask you.
at home, they'll have the hardcover book.
Correct.
But what we have found with students is they do not want to lug that book back and forth. I know my 2 high school students too, I experienced that. They much prefer to be
They
able
want
to
worksheets
have
all the time.
the
That's the request.
consumable piece of the online version. So that
Right.
includes that piece as well as a 5-year subscription with the textbook and the consumable piece.
Right, okay. And what about, okay, so can you, maybe Bill can speak to the breakdown of FY13 and FY14? The difference? Or
Amy
Amy,
could.
I'm sorry,
Sure.
Amy, I'm sorry, Amy, yes.
With our-
Sorry, Bill, didn't mean to.
With our-
Give 'em away. Amy can, because she explained it to me.
With our 6-year curriculum cycle, so last year, usually it follows the following year with the fiscal year, the textbook adoption line, the funds that we have slated for that. We had the reading sped review, and that generated some dollars, but not to the extent of what a full curriculum cycle would generate in dollars. We looked at supplemental things such as the systematic phonics supplemental pieces. So we have the funds, because this is a larger adoption, we have the funds available from our FY13 textbook adoption line that were not depleted because of it being that bump year, as we talked about in the curriculum cycle.
And
Then-
we knew this was gonna be a need, so we kind of reserved some funds for that.
And then typically then the dollars would follow for the following year. So the textbook adoption would follow the math, being that this is the year for math for next year. So knowing that we had this great need and holding those, we would be able to take care of the high school with the funds that we have remaining for FY13 that we've set aside for this purpose, and then the funds that would typically follow the cycle for next year for the middle school adoption. Does that
Which
make
works
sense?
out great,
It does.
because we don't have enough funds in any one year to cover this full amount. So it makes sense for us to split and cover the high school this year, which we hope to do, and be able to, after July 1st, order the middle school materials.
And the purchasing at this point, speaking back to that need, instead of waiting till September, is this impacts professional development in August when all of the teachers are back. It impacts the curriculum work that's continuing this summer with our common assessments and pieces to be able to have those materials accessible.
That's great.
A lot of
Well
planning.
planned.
A lot of planning that went into
Lot
that.
of
I would make a
thought,
motion
a
that
lot
we
of
approve
planning.
the textbook
I
request.
actually have one more question before
That's
we
okay.
Tina,
go, and I'm
please, go
sorry,
ahead.
Bruce.
We haven't had discussion yet.
I know we're talking about grade 6 through 11 here, but I'm assuming, well, and I shouldn't assume, but are we going to stick with Think Math for elementary
We are.
through grade 5, and does one flow nicely into the other?
They do, actually, that was part of our consideration.
Okay.
So the models that are represented in the Glencoe Common Core are very complementary to the
Okay.
Think Math. Now, you saw our graph for Think Math, it's not perfectly aligned, so we do have some supplemental resources that we have identified, particularly for those fraction pieces, that are a beautiful match for Think Math, that were identified through the work of this committee as well, that we will be providing those teachers with, so that we will make sure when we do our curriculum work this summer, we don't come out with any gaps, and that everybody is supplementing consistently. Excellent question, thank you.
And one of the things too with Think Math, back when that program, I know I had experience in a former district, we piloted that program when it was still being built. I mean, we were getting chapters as they were being completed. So having that prior experience as well as then coming and seeing all the work that's been done here, it really was a program that was much further ahead of its time than any other textbook. So when you look at the types of the model drawings and the way it approaches fractions and all of the modeling period within it, it was much further ahead than many of the other textbooks.
The
at
standards for
time.
math practice are really evident in even in the headline stories, these open-ended questions that you could go in so many directions. That's exactly what we're looking for.
So it
I've
lays
been-
the right groundwork.
It does, and so I remember feeling so pleased when the Common Core came out that, wow, we were in such good shape for having to think math. I was relieved.
Great to hear.
So we have a first, do we have?
I'll second Bruce's motion.
Do we have any other discussion? All those in favor, should we take this separately, or can we do the whole thing as presented?
It's the same series.
Okay.
It's the same series, I
Okay,
think.
so make a motion to
Well,
adopt.
because they're two different fiscal years.
Yeah, that's
though,
what I was
I
wondering.
think Katie's
Yeah.
point
Maybe
is a
high-
good one.
maybe read the high school ones.
Yeah, okay,
I'll
so
motion
let,
we approve the fiscal year 13 funds as requested for the math textbook adoption.
And I'll second that one.
any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
And then I'll motion
Thank you.
that we approve the follow-up. And if we need to do it during fiscal year, we can do it, but
For FY14?
I'll second that
As
motion.
long as you approve before the purchase.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? 5-0. Okay, great.
Can I just
Yes, please,
I would
Amy.
just like to really, thank both Mrs. Mello and Mrs. Carl. The amount of work that they have put into this goes far beyond the hours of all of the other 18, and you see representative of them here this evening, and you'll see more of them in September. It has been an exorbitant amount of work. There's huge shifts in math, and the communication between the two of them and the meetings between the three of us really to look at what we need to do and where we need to go. It's been, we're just so fortunate. They're so thoughtful in everything that they approach. And the way that they have led the committee has just been extraordinary.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Very
much.
nice. And thank you, Katie, Kate, and Kristen for being here too.
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much for
They're
coming.
missing important TV shows, I'm sure.
Oh, they're supposed to be correcting papers.
Might be one I have DVR'd. Or two.
Thank you very much for such a detailed presentation. Just
Great.
really supporting and providing the rationale for the purchase from FY13 and FY14. And again, I just think we need to do this, and we appreciate all the hard work. It gives you an opportunity to showcase what you've done. It gives the public and the citizens an opportunity to understand where their tax money is going, and for parents to understand why the program is changing, why you're doing what you're doing. So we certainly appreciate all the work that's gone into it.
Well,
Thank
and
you
we
very much.
appreciate your support. So, and
Support is
one thing we
great.
didn't say was we did consider the parents too when we were looking at these programs. They're very parent friendly. There are some examples in there and a lot of online
Excellent.
support. So we think that they'll like them as
Very
well.
helpful, yes.
Yes.
Very thoughtful and thorough, all of you.
Yes, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay. We're going to move on to voting to approve collective bargaining agreements and memorandums of agreement. Ms. Spinelli and Mr. This time I am going to call him Mr.
You can call on anyone. Well, you can tell it's getting toward the end of the year because we have a lot of meaty items to put before you so that we can wrap the year up well. So thank you for your attention and your patience with all of our meatiness that we have to accomplish before the end of the year. As you know, we've been working hard over the last several months, many of our staff members and with many of our associations and our employees, to successfully conclude collective bargaining negotiations. And we've talked about this at the committee level before, so I'd like to thank Mr. Gardner, who served on the Foxborough Education Association Professionals Collective Bargaining Group, and Mrs. Slattery as well, and Ms. Bellinger, who served in the Foxborough Education Association Educational Assistants Collective Bargaining Group, and to Katie Adair, who was our advisor for the School Bus Drivers Association Collective Bargaining. So as you can see, we have for you tonight, and we had a new packet, a lot for you to read with the final agreements. What I say final meaning that those are the tentatively agreed upon changes in the contracts, or the association agreements, or the side letters, because some of them are an association with an official contract, some are side letters, some are general agreements. So we have before you tonight for your discussion and hopefully vote of approval for the collective bargaining agreements or memorandums of agreement for the Foxborough Education Association professionals contract, Foxborough Education Association educational assistance contract, Foxborough School Bus Drivers Association agreement, and the Educational Secretaries Association agreement, the Crossing Guards Memorandum of Agreement, and the Maintenance Workers Association agreement. I know there was a lot in your packet,
Should we take them one at a time?
yes.
Yes, definitely.
So we would be happy
Definitely.
to entertain questions in the, how about if we take them in the order they're listed, just to try to keep track where we are?
Start with the Foxborough Education Association professionals.
So maybe I can help with that since I was directly involved. I think the public knows we've been meeting in executive session to review all of these in detail and strategize as appropriate. I didn't see, Deb and Bill, any changes that I recognized, picked up on my packets about the Education Association from our prior discussions. And has it been ratified then at this point?
No, I believe they've been running their information sessions, and I believe that their meeting is next week sometime. So we did discuss, the order doesn't really matter, as long as we think we're getting close to agreement. So they have their process and we have ours, and hopefully, we will have agreement on both sides by the end of the school year. It would be lovely.
And I'm sure Mr. Kaiser is working hard to
Very hard.
secure that support from the entire group. Would it be appropriate then publicly for us to kind of summarize the terms of the contract so that the public understands what we're approving?
I think that would be great.
I don't think there's anything confidential at this point that
Nope.
can't be covered in open
No,
session.
there isn't. We're in open session, and the discussion and the vote is in open session.
Bill, do you want to maybe offer your overview of it, and I'll maybe add a little color from the committee perspective? Would that be a good way to do it?
Obviously, there's two components to most of the contracts that we're negotiating. First one being language issues and different terms and things that may no longer be as appropriate as they once were in a contract. To that point, Deb and Amy did a great job really going through it and tearing apart the wording. So in the teacher's contract, there was a number of cleanup items, if you will, in the language to bring it really into what we do today versus what had been kind of the previous history just passed over. And I think when working with the Teachers Association on that one, they really did, work very well in understanding those same things and seeing the same exact issues, and even bringing a few up themselves as far as changes that they thought were appropriate. So I think the contract has probably more verbiage changes than in any other contract years, in recent time at least. But again, it's to make it more consistent with the way we approach things.
And sometimes to provide clarity. So we both came up with things that, either archaic language or things that were no longer current. It was a really good time on both sides to bring up things that just would make things much clearer and to take out old language and make it current.
From the financial side, which obviously is where most people get driven, one of the things that was in the negotiations was the time frame in which teachers work, which I know many didn't realize actually was different on the different levels of our schools. So the elementary teachers working a set schedule that was slightly different than the middle school, which was slightly different than the high school. And so in the offerings, the drive was obviously to get more time with the students and more time with in a collaborative nature. And so in our negotiations, and I think Bruce did a very good job of kind of presenting this as well, we made an offer that was at a lower rate if they wanted to keep status quo, and we made an offer that was slightly higher for the first year, bringing what we were offering as a 2% up to 2.5%, if they were willing to bring the hours and time frame more consistently across the entire district. And in the end, that, along with kind of a major change in the personal, leave language, were the two biggest components to drive that percentage difference. So, while we were really targeting for a 2% in the 3-year cycle, we thought it was very well worth the effort to get the 2.5% in year 1, 2% in year 2, and 2% in year 3. And they finally concurred in the end that also that was a good move for the district as well as for the teachers and us.
If I could have just interject, our main purpose they're all in the same association with the same salary scale. So we felt that being similar, while not exact, in terms of their work day was fair. And also that it's not necessarily more time with students, especially at the elementary level, but we have as you've heard over the last few years, there's so many more new requirements, initiatives, and mandates that we really need more professional time. So we really need time for the professionals to be able to collaborate together and to plan together and to have that time available for their professional work. And that is a really important thing in a professional environment, to have time where the adults are present, even if it's just for 10 minutes, to be able to touch base and work collaboratively together outside of the time when the when the students are in school, because especially when they're small, you can't leave them alone, and when they're there, they do demand your attention. So that was really the main driver for us for the more, I'll say, equal workday, is to really have that available time in the elementary level.
So, obviously that's the prime financial impact to the district. There were a number of little things that were also pushed through the contract. Slight changes into a longevity pay, as an example. One of the bigger items in year one, financially to the district, but obviously is very much mitigated as when you fall into the second year, was one of the facts that under state law, the teachers will have to be fingerprinted going forward, along with a number of obviously different levels within our school district. And what they said was, well, if that's really a requirement, we would like to have that paid for by the district. We thought that was very reasonable, considering what we were being requested to do. So in that particular target, it was about $15,000 for the teacher side, but year 2, 3, and 4, you're basically just doing new teachers. So it's really, year one's the big hit, because you have to do the entire staff to get through it. As far as some issues relative to I'm trying to think of the other.
That pretty much covers the main ones. And
Well,
teachers, I don't know.
yeah, and one of the other things was on the health insurance, which obviously we need to get into the language within the contract, and that is basically to adopt what the Board of Selectmen have adopted for a health plan, which required some language changes. It doesn't require us financially to do something different, but it does have a different impact, obviously, on the association as well as the town in the end. So those are the kind of the main movers within. Again, while we hadn't quite budgeted that much, we've obviously been trying to work through all of our budgets in the end, and I think we're comfortable that we've made this all fit together kind of nicely.
So I know the committee knows this is a 3-year contract, and I think from my perspective, I'm delighted that we've arrived where we have with our largest bargaining unit. I think this is a great deal for the town, and I think, like any good negotiation, I think the teachers gave a little and we gave a little. I think the 2.5% raise, then 2%, then 2% is reasonable, and I know we try to manage our costs as a town and be as responsible as we can financially, but I do think the fact that the teachers are giving us extra time at the elementary and middle level is a significant benefit to the town, to our kids, and to the teachers themselves. As Deb said, they've got a lot of demands on their plate, and this gives them a little additional prep time, but to get more time out of the teachers, I think, is pretty unheard of. So for our 3-year contract, I think they're getting some reward, but I think we are as well. So I don't know if anybody has any questions. I know we've been through this before.
Well said, Bruce. Do we want to entertain a motion?
I'd like to motion that we accept the Foxborough Educational Association contract for 3 years as presented.
And I'll second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor? 4? Against? 0? Abstain?
I'm going to abstain just because so much good work has been done here, but I'm rather new to the process and wasn't in the executive session. So with respect to everybody, thank you so much for all the work. And I'll probably be abstaining from this.
And Katie, just if I can, I just want to thank, and I guess it's not done yet completely on their side, but Todd Kaiser and Claudia Leary, who lead that group, are absolutely terrific to work with. We're very fortunate that the positive relations exist, and I think that's a tribute to them to the town, the support the town gives education, but a shout out to them for being very good people to work with on these types of issues.
They sure
Yes,
are.
thank
And to
you.
the teachers who served, because,
Yeah,
you know,
excellent.
the conversations are not always easy,
Mhm.
but it probably is the most important work we do, to have the opportunity to talk about what our life is like as professionals in the same organization, and what would serve our interests and what would serve theirs, and sort of meeting in the middle. So that really is, as Bruce said, is the crux of the negotiations. And I'm just really proud to work in a place where we can have those really open, honest conversations with people at the table, and really keep the conversations between the people who have the highest stake in it, which is the people here, and not leave it to outside people. So I just give them a lot of credit. They're wonderful to work with. The teachers were great. We really felt free to have those conversations, and that is really, it doesn't go unnoticed on our part, and appreciated.
Thank you. Also want to thank Bruce and Ms. Slattery as well for their time and contributions to those negotiations.
All right.
Okay, shall we move on to the?
Sure.
Go ahead,
The ed
Debbie.
assistants, this will get a little bit easier. The ed assistants will take turns. It has the same additional time as you just heard about the teachers, because we also believe that we want them to be there a little bit before school for the students as well. And ed assistants, as you know, have one of the toughest jobs. They actually travel and change with the needs of the students. So that was, you know, one of the main drivers as well. But another thing that was unique to this is that on their side, they had an interest in some type of acknowledgement of the different education levels, because as you probably know from our past conversations, they really only have one, we call it the lane. So you can move up in your years of service, but we have some ed assistants who don't have higher education. We have, and are wonderful working with children. We have others who might have a bachelor's or even a master's degree in education, or they're certified in applied behavior analysis techniques, which is invaluable as we have more and more students who need that type of expertise in behavior management and behavior therapy. So it was their interest to acknowledge that there are different levels of preparation for people serving in that same role. And so I think we came up with a nice compromise, which is not to add any additional lanes, but to acknowledge that, we'll call it advanced preparation or background or skill, if you will, that if an educational assistant has a bachelor's or a master's in education, or if they're certified as an ABA tech, which is a year-long training, that they would get an additional $1,000 stipend annually. And that if they have a bachelor's degree, now that will start this year if this agreement is approved, and then any educational assistant who has a bachelor's degree in another field, starting a year from now, so only in year 2 of the contract, that they will get a $500 stipend per year. So we felt that that was a nice way of acknowledging that if you are certified as a teacher and you have gone through an educator prep program, that there is value to that in your service. So that was kind of something unique to that we feel is definitely good for us and certainly good for them.
Thank you for that summary.
Yeah, I think that about sums it up. Yeah, really, as
And
far
once
as the
again,
ed assistants.
Todd and Claudia also work with the ed
Absolutely.
assistants in their leadership. But the educational assistants who participate in the process, really, they were really articulate and were able to give us examples of things that come up on their side that they wanted to discuss to see if we could make something work better, or language that make it work better. And again, the honest conversations are really helpful to our work together.
Yeah, I think we were able to address their concerns and they were able to address ours, so it's a mutually agreeable contract.
All right, so do I have a motion for the Foxborough Educational Association, educational assistants,
I'll make that motion.
to accept the contract?
I'll
as
second.
amended? Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor? 4, against, 0, abstained, 1. Thank you.
I'll lob the ball back to you for the school bus drivers.
We met with the School Bus Drivers Association, and they are an affiliation of the ASME Council. So in dealing with that, we obviously had a representative from ASME there at the table with us as well. interesting, some wording changes again within their contract, mostly around clarity, mostly to resolve issues with, how things are done. We have had a longstanding methodology to how drivers are given additional assignments that are out there. And again, there was some clarity put to that, and it was actually now made as an addendum to the contract, so it's spelled out. So we have two addendums now. We have the wage addendum, which is addendum A, and addendum B, which is the rotation wheel, effectively is what it's called. As far as the financial side of this, again, it's a 3-year contract on the request on both sides. The increase, because again, there is no change in duties or time request on this one, so this is a 222. Overall, I think, again, very good to work with. There was just a few wording changes that made them feel more comfortable, made us feel more comfortable in how things will be working going forward. And I think from that perspective, this is a good deal for the town to move forward with as well.
Okay, do you have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the Foxborough School Bus Drivers Association contract as presented.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? 4, against 0, and abstain? 1. Thank you.
Okay, so we're on to the Foxborough Secretaries Association. This is a little bit different in that the secretaries, we finished negotiations with them a year ago, so they were a year ahead of most of our other bargaining groups, which kind of creates sometimes some awkwardness in the order. So when we concluded last year, we agreed on a wage increase for this past school year, but they agreed to reopen now following the, right around the time of the teachers and the other assistants, the others, for wage-only agreements for the second and third year of their contract. So what you see in your packet is a new side letter of agreement that is pursuant to the current contract in effect, which started last July 2012 and is in effect until June 30th, 2015. And the side letter of agreement is for their increases, COLA increases, and for FY14 it would be 2% and FY15 2%. And at the same time, they asked, you'll see a second memorandum of agreement in there. At the same time, they asked if we would agree, if you, as a committee, would agree to a 1-year extension on their contract to put them in line with the other collective bargaining groups. So the terms of the contract would remain the same, because there's no reopener this spring for language or any other terms, but just for the cost of living increase, and also to see if the committee would be willing to extend their contract for an additional year through FY16 for an additional 2% with all of the other groups. So they have actually already agreed to that. So if the committee approves this tonight, I have the side letters that have been signed by them for the chair to sign.
Do we motion on both separately?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. So let's take the, do I have a motion for the Foxborough Educational Secretaries Association agreement?
I'll make the motion to accept it as presented.
For FY 14-15?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Thank you. The first one, yes.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor? 4. Those against? 0. And abstain? 1. Okay, now do I have a motion for the Foxborough Educational Secretaries Association, the memorandum of agreement for 2016?
I'll do that again.
Okay.
We're so consistent.
I'll second it.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor? All those in favor?
Sorry.
4. All those against? 0. And abstain? 1. Thank you.
Before we move on, may I say they are a pleasure to work with. I can't say enough about our educational secretaries. They work long and hard and do everything. So.
Okay.
Excellent.
Moving on to
Crossing guards.
Crossing guards, they actually requested a 2-year contract. And basically, their reasoning, it's a small group, it's 6 members, but they do have change, and they felt that it was more appropriate to be able to have newer people, be involved in the change in contracts if things happen down the road. So they preferred the 2-year extension, which we were willing to go with. One of their verbiage issues basically was just to memorialize how we had been doing it anyway, was how we would fill vacancies if somebody was out sick. And again, it's kind of on that seniority wheel concept, so we had no issue with putting it in because it's fair in its approach, and it's exactly what we've been doing. They did ask for a small increase in their clothing allowance, from 175 to 180. That's basically to cover mostly winter shoes and boots, and we asked them to wear, black pants. So there's certain parts of the uniform we asked them to obviously buy themselves. We do supply as part of the contract a standard shirt, which is embroidered, and standard actual jackets that are the reflective jackets and stuff like that, so we know if they have the right equipment that way.
And gloves?
Gloves, yeah. So, again, it's a kind of a mix here between what they supply and what we supply, but it seems to work out fairly well. As far as the rate, again, consistent with what we've asked the other unions without any increase in duties, it's a 2%. And as you know, in this contract, it's a relatively, basically it's just a rate per stop, so there's no lanes or steps that way involved.
Do I have a motion to accept the Foxborough Crossing Guards memorandum?
And they want it for only 2 years.
Correct.
Yes. Memorandum of agreement?
So moved.
Bruce, second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Against? 0. And abstain 1. 401. Thank you.
And again, just to be clear, the crossing guards also have also themselves ratified, so I have that ready for your
Great.
signature.
And just so you guys know we're paying attention, Beverly and I noticed, and probably others, there's a typo in the
Right.
yellow on the
Yeah.
crossing guards.
It meant to say seniority.
Yeah, that's been taken, actually,
That
it's
was-
in the signed copy, it's already been
I
addressed.
don't know what it means to offer to them in sonority order.
Well, I don't know, but the lucky, we have the regular signature ones, which are fixed, so.
You got the typo.
Awesome.
Good to know.
It's ours.
We have what we call
Oh, yes.
final
No,
finals.
well,
Thank you, though. We do need lots of eyes on these
they
things,
just
'cause
signed the right one.
when you're doing them all at the same time, there are a lot of words.
There are a lot of
There's a lot of
words.
paper. All right,
Yes.
moving on.
Okay, so we're on to the Maintenance Workers Association.
Yes.
We're almost done.
We met
And-
with the maintenance workers as well. They were very similar in the concept between what happened with the secretaries last year. We did negotiate the contract, but only did the 1 year's COLA. They asked to hold off again based on seeing what happens overall with the other unions as we move forward. So this opener is strictly for FY14, FY15, and it's at a 2% increase. They also have approved this already, and we have signed copies for that. No other changes because it's basically didn't allow for any.
Just a reopener for salary only, like secretaries.
Okay, so that's for 2012 through 15, right?
Yes,
Okay, so do I have a motion to accept
13 through 15.
I mean,
the Foxborough Maintenance Workers Association agreement?
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
I'll
to accept.
second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? 4, against 0, abstain 1. Thank you.
now, have they ratified this already?
Yes.
Yes.
So have the school bus drivers?
Yeah, yes, they
No,
have.
just educational,
Educational.
secretaries,
No, bus
crossing
drivers have
guards, and
ratified.
maintenance.
So basically, you're going first on the first 3, just a matter of the timing, and then the last,
The last
on the
3
list.
have already been ratified.
Yes.
Actually,
So-
the bus drivers have ratified, we just haven't received the signatures back.
Oh, okay.
They voted
Oh,
already.
excellent.
They
So
approved.
we're waiting for 2. That's good.
No, yes, that's true.
Excellent.
Well, thank you to everyone who participated.
We've
It's a-
done a lot of work this spring,
Yes.
so we're
We have
we have 3 associations or groups with agreements that we're working on, which is food service, custodial, and extended day services. So then we will be 7, 8, 9, that will do it. So, and we just started in March, so I really
This is
appreciate all
the
the work
hours
that
of
everyone has done.
And I would like to thank whoever typed all of these for clearly making it so understandable for all of us.
Well, I guess-
Highlighting what was new and only drawing a line through what was deleted because it was archaic or whatever, so.
Well, then you would want to thank Mr. Yupna for the smaller associations and actually Todd Kaiser for the teachers and the professionals.
Well,
Thank you.
he gets a special secretary award then, I think.
Certainly does.
Honorary secretary
Certainly does.
for the school committee.
Okay.
That was a lot of work,
It
but
was a lot
very
of work.
thoughtful
Yes,
work.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to move on now to the first reading of the policy ECAF, school security cameras.
Yes, so as a reminder, if you remember at town meeting, when we talked about the capital improvement, there was some discussion about a policy for the use of school security cameras, so no time like the present. So we actually had our school committee council work on this for us, to research policies for school security cameras, and to come with a draft for your discussion of a first reading. So I don't know if you wanted to, it's up to you if you want to read it aloud. It's probably a good idea, since this is an interest that is in the community.
Okay.
And not terribly long.
Okay, so school security cameras. The Foxborough Public School District uses security cameras in school district buildings and on its property to ensure the safety of students, staff, and visitors, as well as to protect school district property. Security cameras are used in locations deemed appropriate by the superintendent in consultation with the Foxborough Police Department. They may be used in any area inside or outside of school buildings where there is no reasonable expectation of privacy. The school district shall notify students and staff through school handbooks that security cameras have been installed and may be used at any time. Students or staff identified on security cameras in violation of school district policies will be subject to appropriate disciplinary action. Violations of the law may be referred to law enforcement agencies, and video evidence may be provided to those agencies by the superintendent. The school district shall follow proper procedures regarding use, viewing, retention, and disposal of video recordings or photographs from security cameras in accordance with the law. Security camera video recordings are on a 30-day loop, meaning they are automatically deleted if not needed every 30 days. A security camera video recording shall be the sole property of the school district. Access to video recordings from security cameras shall be limited to the superintendent and his or her designees, principals, and law enforcement officials. And the legal references are MGL-C 459 of the Acts of 2012. And it's policy, it's under file ECAF, and this is the first reading, and it's a draft. So, that being said, let's open up for discussion as to the policy.
Made sense to me, but I would defer to our resident legal expert on the panel, who probably has a better eye for this than I do.
But it makes sense to me. I know there was some discussion at town meeting about the tie-in to the police department, and I'm assuming that when our school council went through this, that their advice was to not include any mention of that in the
Well,
policy.
I think that there is a mention that it would be, that access, if you look at the last sentence, that I think the policy has to include that law enforcement officials will have access to it.
But I know there was some concern about the possibility that there would be a live feed.
Oh, I thought, well, it's not a live feed,
Right.
but I don't, we did discuss this, Dan, our attorney and I, but,
And you shouldn't, you
right.
don't need
The-
to
the
discuss
issue
that
is,
here, but I
If
just.
the policy is too narrow, then every time there's a change, we'll be back here.
Right.
So what he said was really, you have to acknowledge that the law enforcement officials will have access to it, which they will.
And it does, yes.
Yes, which they will. And that we wanted a policy in place before, the word live was used, like before we go live with the cameras. But the camera, that's kind of that was the term used by a community member, but that is a misleading term because they're not going live. But I think what the intent was is before we start using these and before they are operative, that we would have a policy in place.
Well, my
So-
thought that this was a good balancing of our
Yes.
security concerns and things that we do not wish to necessarily disseminate for that reason, and making students and staff aware that
Yes.
the cameras are in place and
That's right.
are being used.
I think it might be helpful, just because there was some questions about this, to really, I've read it, but maybe to really kind of dissect it a little bit more, just because it is broad, which again, I understand the rationale, but just to make sure that we are addressing the specifics. So, the first sentence, there, it's clearly saying how we are going to be using the cameras, okay, in the school district building. The purpose is to ensure the safety of students, staff, and visitors, and to protect the school district property. That's the reasoning, okay, that's the purpose. Then we describe where these security cameras, where they're going to be used. They're going to be used in locations that are going to be deemed appropriate by the superintendent, and you will be doing that in consultation with the Foxborough Police Department. Again, law enforcement.
Yes.
And then it goes on to talk about how they're going to be used in any area, again, which I like this part, where there's no reasonable expectation of privacy. I think
That
that's
is
critical.
a legal term.
Okay.
And there are case
that's
law.
good.
There's a lot of case law, as Tina, I'm sure, can explain better than I can. But there's a lot of case law about where people in public places have a reasonable expectation of privacy is a legal term. For example, there is a reasonable expectation of privacy in a shower, in a locker room, in a restroom. But there is no expectation of privacy in main areas, walking on school grounds, for example, walking
Down the corridors.
downtown, walking past the library, there's no, that's a legal term, meaning where are people who, in the order of their day, in the natural order of their day, where would they have a reasonable expectation of privacy and where they would not? So that's actually a legal term.
Okay.
And perfectly appropriate in this instance.
Okay. And then we're also detailing how we're notifying
Yes.
those who are going to be affected by this, students and staff, and that will be through school handbooks, and that they're going to be installed. They can be used at any time. And
So actually, I'm glad you're parsing through it, because that's important. So this is really important, that you have already approved changes to the school handbook for next year, but we would put in an addendum of the handbooks that you already have, or add to the handbook. By approving this when you do, and it won't be tonight, that the understanding is by approving it, that you'll allow us to assert, that you are also approving the insertion of the language in the handbooks.
Which is important for next year because that's when the
Those are
user
printed
days.
in July, so it's a good timing-wise that we're having this discussion in June.
Well, and the
Right.
notice aspect of it is very important.
Oh, definitely.
Right.
Yes. Okay, then we go on to talk about students or staff who are viewed on security cameras.
Yes.
And are then deemed in violation of our school district policies will be subject to appropriate disciplinary action, just like they would if they were viewed by staff within the building. So this is just another way to view them through the
And
camera.
again, we have cameras now on
Right.
on the exit, on the entrances and exits. So if something even 5 years ago were to occur in an area that the current cameras would capture and somebody was doing something in violation of a policy, they would be subject to discipline. So that isn't really changing, except for the fact that there'll be more cameras in different places.
And again, it's in violation of the school district policies, which govern how
Yes.
how we expect students
To conduct themselves.
Exactly, thank you. Violations of the law may be referred to school enforcement agents, may be referred to law enforcement agencies. So therefore, if we see any violations of an actual law, like we would do, again, if we...
For example, if there's vandalism.
Right.
And we now have a camera in an area that we can see who did the vandalism, yes, the police would then look at that tape and use that for their investigation.
Just again, as if we saw someone who was
Right.
actually viewing that, okay?
Or if we see signs that a crime was committed, that we could go back to the tape and see who was in that area at the time. So if there's, vandalism. So sometimes you don't, you may not see it.
That's right.
On the camera, but you would then come into work the next day. If you saw vandalism, we could then go back and see perhaps who was involved, and they would be subject to investigation by the police department.
And one of the things just to note, I mean, it may be a simple concept, but these cameras basically work only when there's motion going on. It's not like they're running 24/7 in an area. They're only going to react to movement within an area. So that's important at night. It's important in a hallway. Kids are all in the classrooms. These cameras aren't just running just to view that there's nothing going on. So they're really more, appropriate to activity and movement than they are just, viewing the world in general.
That's a good point, Bill. And then it goes on to describe how we, the school district, will follow proper procedures regarding the use that we've just outlined, viewing, how we're going to retain and dispose of the video recordings or photographs that we extract from that in accordance with the law.
Right. There are laws that govern, for example, how we keep emails and how we retain any digital information. And what we're saying is we would not retain this digital information beyond 30 days because there really wouldn't be an active use for it, and we promise to do that by this policy.
And again, describing that it's on a 30-day loop, as you just said, meaning they're automatically deleted if not needed. And every 30 days, security camera video recording. Again, because it's here within the district,
That's right.
That shall be the sole
housed on our
property.
server. It's really contained behind our firewalls and behind our security systems.
And then access to video recordings from the security cameras will be limited to you and who you deem to have access to that,
Yes.
as well as law enforcement officials.
And principals.
Yes, and principals. I hope this didn't, take too long.
No, that
but
was a
again,
great idea.
I just think it's really important. It's the first reading, so if people do have at home have questions about it.
I mean, just
they
the
should feel
fact
free to-
the fact that it is activity and movement activated, and it's just not running 24/7. I think that's important that people understand. So if there's movement in the corridor at night when it's not supposed to be there, we can catch it.
Okay, so we have a motion to,
We need to motion
we don't
move
motion
to the second.
Okay,
Oh, you
motion.
actually don't need a motion to move
We
to the
don't
second
move.
reading, but it doesn't hurt.
Motion to move to the second reading, or we don't need that?
By consensus, we
Some
can.
committees in some towns like to move to, but you don't really need
Consensus to move to the next?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
consensus
Okay.
is fine.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Okay, running a little behind.
Oh,
Okay.
we are.
Now we're on to the end-of-year update on the three-year strategic plan.
All right, I am going to try to move through this because, as you remember, we just had an update on the strategic plan in February for our mid-year. And we had the discussion at the committee level that in the future, that you probably prefer just an end-of-the-year update, but in your goals this year, you did have a mid and end-of-the-year update, so we want to conform to the goals that the committee established last summer. So, but not a lot has changed since February, so let me just highlight. Well, I shouldn't say not a lot has changed, actually. There have been progress. But let me just highlight what might be different from a few months ago. That you can see in objective number 1, which is to continue to offer a curriculum that's rigorous and dynamic and promotes high levels of achievement for all students. You can see at the bottom, under strategies, that we, in the box on the left, that we did gather the baseline data for enrichment and challenge, which we presented at the last meeting about what the students were interested in. And before, at the update, it said that the survey was drafted but hadn't yet been administered, and now it has been. And we thought we'd update you on maintaining the strong professional development for graduate courses offered locally this summer 2013. Amy does that. There are 2 on site here in Foxborough, and there are 2 we partnered with Norton, which we have in the past to do. We have purchased the Pearson Informed data system that we've been talking about for quite a long time, and Amy and her crew has begun that training just a few weeks ago. So we are making progress on several of the areas that are really important to us.
Deb, I have a question just on that specific line item,
Sure.
the data system. Is that something, if I'm interested in learning more about what the district's doing, is that something you want to bring to the committee, or is it too soon to do that?
Well, we brought this to the committee over a year ago for purchase, but there was a problem with the product in the fall. So we actually did purchase it last summer, whatever, and then had to wait. And they refunded us the cost of this year, and then we repurchased it, basically, is the easiest way I can describe it. Because there were some aspects of it that we had in our contract that we required that they weren't ready with the product yet. So we're almost starting again to roll it out now, where we anticipated rolling this out last September.
So maybe next fall or?
Yeah, we can update you in the fall, I think, on, after the training session, what is really going to be stored on that data system, and what are teachers going to be able to, what information are they going to be able to grab from it, and how is that going to help us, would be a great fall topic. I'll write that down. But right now, we've really been waiting all year for them to get the product where we need it to be, and now we just started showing teachers how it's going to work. And the full training for teachers won't be until they come back to school to start the year. So for objective 2, to continue to strengthen school culture, ensuring that students, staff, and all stakeholders feel valued, safe, and have a voice. The new thing on this page is the very last bullet under strategies, where we said that we would integrate current issues into future surveys, so that if we have current issues that we want to dipstick on, that we will always have those being able to feed in, and so we did insert new data queries into our culture and content. That in our quest to integrate these 21st century skills into our written curriculum documents, that we have begun integrating those into the math curriculum review this year, and the revision of the math curriculum work that will continue over the summer. The ELA this summer is going to incorporate those, and social studies next year, as they're going through their review, will begin to incorporate those. So by this time next year, we'll have hit 3 out of the 4 major content areas, and then we'll be working on the remaining as we fold in. On the bottom, I did have new tech plan, that we plan to have a draft of a new tech plan sometime this summer, and we still hope to do that. So it is already in progress. And in addition, as you know, as part of our CIP proposals, that it is our plan to have a wireless mobile environment at Foxborough High School this fall, and Bill's been working hard on that since it was approved at town meeting. So that is part of our rollout plan for new technologies. The wireless environment is probably our biggest critical area of need right now.
Debbie, I don't want to slow things down at this point, but I just want to say, and I know we're continuing to work and grow this, but the students we had here tonight with their project are such a great example of this
Of
objective.
21st century skills.
21st century skills. I can't let it go by without saying it again. The communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity, maximizing our educational technology. And you heard them say how impressed the other schools were that they could use our 3D printers and put that project together. So I'm sorry for interrupting you. And
no, I'm so glad
that
you did.
is, but
I was thinking that when they say, but sometimes I feel like a broken record. Like, and there's 21st century, but they had it in spades.
They did. I actually have a question, and I don't want to get sidetracked either, but the new tech plan, who's involved in that plan?
Okay.
And what, because I think we need to spend some maybe
Yeah,
more
no,
time before you.
That's a good question. I'll
present it.
try to make a long story short, which it can't, is sometimes not my forte, but I think it is going to be tonight. There's a tech plan template, if you will, or structure, that the Department of Ed will accept as an acceptable technology plan. But for our purposes, to be able to really provide a more comprehensive view that we can communicate here at this table and to the public and to other interested parties about not just what do we have and what are we doing, but where are we trying to go philosophically, up in the air and on the ground? Where are we trying to go and how do we plan to get there? And that is a much more comprehensive, language-rich type of technology plan. And that's what we want and that's what we need. And so we have a tech plan that's accepted by the Department of Ed, but it doesn't really suit our needs for communication and purpose and to show everybody our direction. And also to be able to offer it to other people who might be willing to come and help with some parts. So what our plan is and we started our central office team, which is Amy, Bill, myself, Arlene Grubert, and Paul Bortolotti. We have been meeting a few times, and I created I didn't create a logic model, but there's a logic model template that can be used for almost anything. And we spent several months at our administrative team carving out from 5 themes of technology leadership. We had some rich discussions about each theme we tackled only in one meeting, and given each theme of technology leadership and what really should be in place. Where are we now? and what do we need to do. And so what the 5 of us then did, so we had all kinds of notes from these series of meetings with the whole administrative team. And we put all of those collective thoughts into a logic model about what are the big ideas on each of these themes, where are we, where do we need to go, and how do we plan to get there. So that was our first step that the 5 of us did. So now we have that in draft form. And that really provides, in my definition, the meat of what can go into a new version of a tech plan. And so now, actually, Paul Bortolotti is working on finding some examples of other districts' tech plans that more match this vision that I have of what a tech plan should look like. And we're gonna look at those samples as an administrative team and come up with a better format for the tech plan, and then continue to develop that. And what we would like to do, hopefully sometime this summer, but I will admit, we might have the draft by the summer, but this might not take place in September, to get some other people who have this skill in the community, who have interest in the technology field, few of you perhaps, and to get an outside look at the draft we've come up with, and to have a more communicable document.
I'm really happy to hear that. I think, I was looking at the date and I thought, wow, while I want a tech plan, I want it to be thoughtful, I want it to be laid out, and it sounds like it's all the.
We'll have
all
a
the
draft.
things that- Yes, you'll have a draft, but it's, and again, using the resources that we have out in the community as well. So, do you think that you would be able to this summer potentially bring us a draft, or is that?
I don't, by, when we have our August meeting,
Yeah.
before we come back to school.
Right, not
yes.
July, but
Yeah, I
yeah,
do think
Aug-
we'll have it by then.
Okay.
It's hard work, I'm not gonna, because I think that we have the tech plan up here, the few of us that we talk about this constantly, we have it up here, but that doesn't really matter. What matters is having it almost like a covenant, that we all know where we're trying to go, and we can communicate it.
Well, I know it's going to be the summer, and we heard tonight, with the plan that the 3 months that it took for our students to get their plan together. We've obviously heard about math taking the full year. I mean, it takes time.
Yes.
And again, we want to make sure we're going in the right direction and we have all those pieces in place. So, maybe you can just let us know how it's going and when you would anticipate that would happen. And,
I don't know if you, Amy or Bill, have anything to add, but did I sum up where we are?
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 different plans, really. The plan that the Board of Ed requires is basically looking at equipment and how do you plan to do that financially, and, if you slip this year, how do you pick up for it next year? Which is very different than Deb's, vision, which, if you look at plans like Lexington has, really is a document that you can read through and understand exactly what is that equipment going to be used for, and how is it going to, interact with the classroom, or our core values relative to what we're trying to put out there. And it really takes you through the entire process. And it really talks very little about the equipment that you're putting in, if you will. So
More use and application of educational technology, and why. So.
And I know it's there's a lot more to be done, but I appreciate the
slogging
response.
work,
Yes.
I'll describe it as, but we're getting there.
Sorry.
No, I'm glad you stopped me to explain that, because that is one of the most important new things we're working on. Okay, so objective number 4, to maintain strong public education. Not much has really changed on this page since February.
Okay.
So that's kind of where we are. Oh, wait, you know what, actually, the next section is subservient to that.
Okay.
If you remember, my superintendent's summary of 3 key strategies, this sort of serves the strategic plan. And there have been a few updates on that you can read in yellow, and some of the things, if my code at the bottom, just beginning, we're in the early stages or well underway. Several of these items moved up to well underway from how it looked in February. So, we are well underway for many of these things where we're just at the early stages back in February. And these 3 key strategies obviously will exist for several years, so they're kind of meaty items that are going to be a direction we're moving in for many years to come. So the 3 key strategies are strategic movements, if you will, that are broad-based in trying to get the district to a better place. that we believe if we put our bets on these things that we will, and we really work hard on them and maintain our focus on these things over the next several years, that we will be in a much better place. And as you remember, the 3 key strategies are, leadership, growth, and development of all of our staff members, including administrators, create more opportunities for students for advanced learning, which we've talked about recently, and meeting the needs of 21st century learners by defining those skills. So just a little bit more meat to some of the things that we just talked about in this plan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Should we move on then to the review of the superintendent evaluation process?
Sure. Once again, I'll try to make a long story short. This is the same process that the committee followed last year for me. I went first with this new system. So what I included were information packets to remind you of what happened last year and to see what else you need from me in the coming weeks. So I included the 5-step process. If you remember, if you look at that 5-step process when I presented my mid-year, which is in February, my mid-year, we call it the mid-cycle review, that star was down at formative assessment, and now you'll be moving into summative assessment. So the superintendent and all administrators are evaluated annually. So this 5-step cycle occurs annually, and it opens and closes within 1 year. So what the superintendent's evaluation looks like is that you evaluate me in terms of my progress toward my superintendent goals, and you also assess my proficiency level on the many standards in the superintendent rubric. So in addition to a reminder with the whole section, the implementation guide for superintendent evaluation that the Department of Ed issues, that's a whole section for the pleasure of your reading. The most important section is the last with the forms. So I think the forms do the best job reminding the committee about what the process looks like. So individually as members, you will be using these forms to look at my professional practice goals, my student learning goal, and my district improvement goals, which are listed on the 3rd page of that packet. So if you go to the 3rd page sequentially in that staple packet, you see superintendent's performance goals 2012-13. These are the goals that you agreed with me that I would work on this year. And you will be looking at those 6 goals and deciding to what extent did I meet each of those goals. At the next meeting, I will also rate myself as to where I think I am on those goals and provide that information for you. So tonight is the informational packet to go over the process. At the next meeting, I will provide you with where I think I am on the goals. And then you take it under advisement, and I believe the timeline you agreed to was that after the next meeting, when I provide you with where I think I am, then you individually take it under advisement, and you will give the individual evaluation. Well, first of all, I would hope you make an appointment with me, and we can talk one-on-one about, in addition to all this formality, did I meet your expectations this year? What would you like me to work on next year? What would you like me to work harder on? What do you think I did well? And I appreciate those individual conversations very much. And then you conduct your assessment, and you give it to the person who was the chair for the majority of the year, which is Ms. Lord. And then and I believe she would like an early July deadline for that.
Yeah, because that would
That's up
give
to you, though.
Yeah.
That's what you guys
What's the
discuss.
deadline, Bev? that you
Well,
want?
early July.
We can talk
Well,
about it at the
yeah.
June meeting,
Okay.
at the next
At the June meeting.
tonight.
Okay, great.
And then you
Yeah,
as a
3 to
board,
4
conduct the
weeks.
public evaluation.
In the fall.
In the fall.
Right.
Right, just right after school starts, what you did. So you'll be doing that, so you'll look at my goals, and then if you look at this front summary page at the bottom, you will also do a detailed and then an overall summary of where you think I am on the 4 broad standards. So this cover page is like the summary page, if you will. And that detail, after you turn the goals page, there's a page the Department of Ed has for each of the broad standards. You can see 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, 1E. So you can look at how you think I am on each of the indicators under Standard 1, and then globally, where do you think I am on Standard 1, and same for 2, same for 3, same for 4. And that is what it is. So it's a
Simple.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say, Bruce.
Okay. So really, for my purposes, we talked at the mid-year cycle. I provided you with a lot of evidence mid-year, and we know that you don't want me to do the big binder from last year, which I don't want to do either, but I also feel that it was helpful in the first year to get a sense of how broad yet detailed the scope of the position is. But this year, what we agreed to was that after the mid-year review in February, that if you needed more documentation from me in order to make your judgment for any of the standards or any of the goals, that you would ask me for it before you submit your final assessment.
Correct.
So that is my request to you as members, and I will also have a packet for Mrs. Slattery because she participates, and I will be giving that to her this week. We did speak recently. And if you need more documentation, I'd be happy to provide it for you, and under any of the goals or any of the area, especially if you need more, if you think I did well on it, or if you think it's an area I need to continue to work on. I would like the opportunity to provide more evidence to make your judgment the most informed it can be.
Okay, great.
Thank you for
Thank you
doing
very
this
much
for us.
for that review.
Okay.
Okay, approval of utility bids for 2013-2014. Steve? No.
I think you have the packages in front of you. Basically, went out and on the electrical, we had three suppliers. And our low bid was Anderson Electric. The price increase basically was only $1 an hour. And, you know, we've seen that basically about the same for the last couple of years, cover their cost. And it was on both the apprentice and the main staff person as well. We've had good luck with Anderson before. They are the current supplier. And as you know, in most of these, when we accept them, the town obviously piggybacks off of the ones that we do. There's a few that we piggyback off of what they do as well.
Do you want to do a motion and take these one at a time, or you want
I
to?
would-
Oh, yes, I
Yes.
think we have to.
Okay, so let's get a motion then to accept the electrical services bid.
To Anderson Electric.
Second.
Yep, for Anderson Electrical Contractors.
Steve seconded.
Seconds.
And who made the
I do.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? 5-0. Okay.
Second one is the oil gas burner services. Commercial boiler, again, has been the incumbent. We did not receive a second bid on this. Their, pricing basically has stayed, fairly consistent. This year, actually, as to last year, are identical, so no increase at all.
It's always good.
Yeah, and they've done an excellent job for us, with the varying degrees of equipment we have, anything from brand new to, 40 years old. So I think it's a good group to work with.
Is that unusual, though, only to get one bid?
Some we don't get any bids on.
Yeah, well, that was my next question when we get down to it, but, okay, so do I have
It
a
really
mo-
depends. I mean, in most of these things, it's people who specialize within the area.
Okay.
And again, you're not. This is not the home, boiler type thing. This is commercial boilers. So again, it would be somebody who's very comfortable, being able to commute in and out of here because it's emergencies.
Yes.
Midnight shutdowns, that type of thing. So.
It's interesting, Bill, you don't have to explain it to me, but at the bottom of these Massachusetts forms, or Town of Foxborough forms, it references Massachusetts general law saying we're supposed to obtain a minimum of 3 quotes. I wonder what the theory is when you can't get 3 quotes.
Yeah, but if you actually go out in this process and do a bid, see, the difference is under 30B, if you're going to spend under the $25,000 a year, which in most cases we think we're going to go over, we can effectively do it within-house just by getting a bid each time. If it's under 5,000, we don't even need that. We can just assign. However, we know in most of these, and that's why these particular ones we go out to bid on, we know that the services over the year's period of time will more than likely exceed the $25,000. And therefore, under 30B, we've actually gone out effectively, to bid on this. And that's, so whether you get one or in, like I said, none, or you might get 10. But there's no requirement at the minimum as long as you've gone out to bid.
So I'll make the motion to approve commercial boiler systems.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? 5-0.
Third one is the elevator maintenance service. This is really, I'll be honest with you, almost never get a second bid on this because it'll be somebody within an area. There are very few of them. There's not a lot of elevator contractors. Even when we're doing the construction, we typically get one. I remember even in here at the high school, we had a fight to get one, so it's not easy on this particular one. So, and Associated we've used in the past, and again, has done a good job with the work that they do.
Motion to accept the elevator service bid for Associated Elevator?
I'll make that motion. I'll second.
Further discussion? All those in favor? 5-0. Fire alarm service?
This is going to be a little different for you. Tony basically came up with a good concept on this. On the fire alarms, really what we have is emergency service, obviously a detector going bad, something getting knocked out of whack, and then it's an hourly rate for them to come in. But the real main requirement we have here is annual testing, making sure every single device in every single building has been tested and certified that it's working. And unfortunately, you do that on an hourly rate, you'll lose your shirt. So this is the first time we actually went out to bid, and in doing so, we asked for their hourly rates, and we also asked what would they charge us to do quarterly inspections on each one of these buildings. And, in a couple cases, I think, because we also, again, do the town side, so we do the town hall, that only needs an annual inspection. And just to be clear, a quarterly inspection only means that they're inspecting 1/4 of the devices when they come in. They're not inspecting the entire thing 4 times a year. They section out the building, they do, 1/4 each of those quarters when they come in. And so by the end of the year, they've done the entire building for every device that you're doing. Well, in doing so, even though Home Electronics Life Protection came in at a higher hourly rate, $95 an hour versus $80 an hour for their licensed technician, their preventative maintenance was substantially lower, over $6,000 lower on an annual basis. When I added up all of where our money went this year, we spent about $21,000. You can see the majority of it was in the annual testing. So therefore, it would take us a lot of emergency situations to make up that difference in that testing. So I think it was a very smart move on Tony's part to do this, because he realized that the cost could really get you, especially when we redid this building. We almost tripled the number of devices within the building. So, I think we're very comfortable. Home Electronics did have the contract a few years ago. They lost it a couple years ago by not having an aggressive bid. And again, I think on this particular case, Tony's way of breaking it down gave us a little bit of an advantage on the way the process is done. So we have a little bit more insight to how we're going to build.
A motion to accept the fire alarm maintenance and service agreement as written.
Yes, thank you. Home Electronic Life Protection.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? 5-0.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you. Generator service?
The emergency generator, Power Equipment has been servicing it for the last few years. Again, the only bidder on it, no increase over last year. Really what they're doing is coming out and doing a maintenance check on it, and if we have any issues, obviously keeping them up. We have generators in every building except for the Taylor, which we're trying to rectify right now. With any luck, in the next 30 days, we'll have that resolved, but it's going to be a little tight. So we're working hard on that one. So again, at 105, that's the same as last year.
Okay, so motion, do I have a motion to accept the generator service maintenance for Power Equipment Company?
So moved.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? 5-0. HVAC?
Again, commercial boiler is the incumbent, only bidder, and no increase or change in their rates over this current fiscal year.
Okay. Motion to accept commercial boiler systems for HVAC service?
Steve, you can tell.
I would love to motion to accept the HVAC service from the commercial boiler systems as proposed.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Thank you, Steve. All those in favor?
No.
5-0-0. Great.
And the final one was the plumbing service, and as we said, there's no bids on that at all. It does make it somewhat difficult, because obviously anytime we feel that we're going to have a major expense, whether it's something that goes wrong within a bathroom or any other part of the building, that $5,000 limitation, and then up to $25,000. We've really been fortunate over the last few years. We've stayed under the 25, but it's tight. So one of these days we'll get somebody to actually bid on it.
So Why wouldn't anybody, I'm just asking, why wouldn't anybody want to bid on a school systems plumbing service? I feel like I'm not on the planet Earth right now.
Well, yeah, I think what happens is the local guys know we're gonna call them because we have no choice.
Yeah.
If they don't bid on it, we're gonna have to spread it around to be able to stay underneath the thing. And I think the bigger guys don't look at this type of business as substantial workload, because it is hit or miss. It's only when we need it. If
Right.
we were
And
able to go a
sometimes
year with nothing, then.
Our people can do it ourselves.
Like, who did the plumbing for our building when we did the reno?
Well, that would be a contractor that was brought in out of Boston, or, one of the big, that was actually a union shop, so it was one of the big shops, but they don't do this type of maintenance work, per se. I don't know, I find it interesting, we actually sent it to a few. Didn't get the response.
I feel as vulnerable as me at home without a plumbing.
Exactly. How's your torch working?
Okay, Bill, we'll stay with you for the FY13 monthly budget statement.
Keep this kind of short. As you know, we continue to progress as we get close to the end of the year here on the different accounts that retain balances, and we've been either fortunate on hires or due to leaves that have saved the district some money. At this point, we're fairly comfortable that our salary for the whole year right now is at about a $35,000 delta. Again, that's strictly is when, pregnancy leaves and different things, how they'll affect our budget overall. So that's pretty close when you consider the overall salary budget. Again, I think we've done well with it. The expense side looks a little bit better at this point. Again, I think I've told you in the past, two of the big items that right now look like they have been very favorable for us are both of our utilities, gas and electric, close to $42,000. Which I think is very good. Unfortunately, near the end of the year, we started to see an uptick in the gas prices. So if that happens to next year, it's going to probably keep our utility lines a little closer next year, if not in a little stressed position. But on top of that, again, we're starting to close out different areas where we see POs, whether it's on, sped transportation or tuitions or whatever. We're not seeing ourselves spend, up to the level, and they're not committed at this point in time. So, we're fairly comfortable at the 164,000 number. We may up or down that, probably by $10,000 or $15,000. I don't see any large changes other than that. But to be honest with you, over the next 2 weeks, we really start to close out accounts. I've already put out a letter to all of the principals, department heads, basically notifying them that by the 10th, any last-minute requirements for POs against their budgets and stuff need to be into us. Only a few exceptions, obviously graduation costs, which don't always come in on time that way. And we do have, I did receive a notice from the high school today about their home ec or family community sciences area that needs obviously to buy some supplies a little bit closer to the end, which I'm fine with as long as they can give me an estimate so I don't sweep that amount of money out. So, so that being said, this is the money that we hope to use on the items that we had discussed earlier in the year, in which we've gotten approval from CIP on. The big one being the generator for the Taylor. And again, the problem with having to do it out of end-of-year money, I'm really now kind of scurrying because it's a pretty good-sized process to get that one in place. My guesstimate is that depending on the size that the generator actually is scoped out as, it could be close to $70,000 that we spend to put that together. A lot of electrical wiring, transfer switches and things like that. The other item was to replace the ancient pickup truck that we have and put a plow on it. Again, I think we learned a lesson this year that it would have been nice to have had it to supplement what our staff is trying to do in these buildings. Highway Department does a great job for us, but to be able to clean up our own little things, especially during the day, would be very helpful. And that vehicle is very old. We've been getting water or DPW trucks in the past, but they haven't had anything in the last couple of years that I've been here. And quite honestly, according to the mechanic Glenn down at the shop, you don't want what they have left now because they really are, wearing them longer and kind of killing them.
And so just to remind the committee, I think you already said it, just in case, those two items were approved by capital, so in case we had the money that was already approved by our capital committee.
One of the educational sides was the change on the smart board technology for the high school side, and We're still kind of negotiating that out. There's two ways that can go, but that will, could use up a fair amount of the balance if we have to buy the full board process instead of just the software. So
We have a couple of other items that
Yes.
we might, so the two main ones are the two capital items, the generator pickup truck, possibly interactive whiteboards, possibly mulch at the 3 elementary playgrounds, which is a safety concern. We'd like to replace the mulch. So that may be, depending on how much we have left, one of the items we decide. So we're just letting you know if you have any objections, tell us now.
We have a boiler at the
Walkie-talkies, the part of our school security plan was to have so many walkie-talkies among the buildings, which we spread them on, because they don't have it right now. We have some, but they don't all work. Similar to the bus drivers are on one frequency that they'd be able to communicate with walkie-talkies. In fact, in one building, the walkie-talkies don't work, and they're using their cell phones when teachers go out for recess. So we need to definitely replace our walkie-talkie systems. And we're not sure, the new iMac video lab at the high school that Faces is providing the technical resources for, that we may possibly need a different configuration of computer lab furniture for there. Just like we did for the business classroom a couple of years ago. That's a possibility. So that's really what our short list is. The two big items will probably eat it.
Yeah, and there's one
I
other.
was just gonna ask you.
Was at the Ahern, there's we've had an issue with the hot water system there. It used to be a double tank system. One has had a small leak in it. They're both the same age, because obviously they were done 13 years ago when we rebuilt the Ahern. So we have a very strong concern that, if we lose the second one, we have a problem. So we're also right now bidding that to see what that will come in at. It's a fairly good sized number too. That potentially is in the $50,000 range. So we're going to take all the priorities, put them together. Obviously, if I can't get the generator done, but I can get the Ahern tank done, that's the way I'm going to switch it, because they're both priorities, but both are needed. But it's really going to be which one we can get to the first part of this, and make sure we use the resources we have.
I have a question about these walkie-talkies. How much would something like that cost? I mean, it doesn't seem like it would be that much. And
These are the real ones. These
No,
are the
I'm
ones
not.
that- These are the ones like the police have.
Yeah,
but we
but
have them
it's-
already. We have them within our transportation department, as an
Right.
example.
For
The
years.
handhelds.
Yeah.
They are around $250 a piece, but now you need the chargers, you need the setup on them, and all of that. Now, as an example, though, we're looking at the high school probably having 9 of those, an elementary school having 6 or 7 of those.
It is costly.
Because you want the principals to have it, you want the custodial on time to have it, you want the teachers that are going outside, during recesses to have access to it, you want the school nurse to have access to it. So there's a number of places that this would be around, and the beauty is we've already tested all the buildings to know that they actually will work within the buildings, not like our cell phones, which don't work through most of the buildings because of the amount of block.
Well, so what's the
that's-
figure? Because I think, this sounds like it's
about a
security
$25,000.
safety issue.
Yeah, it's about
$25,000
close to
total.
25.
So
If people can't communicate with each other.
Well, we're
then
not sure exactly how many numbers, but we think in total, we have a good ballpark of how many we need.
25,000. I'd like
Close
to
to
see how,
25,000.
whether we can, how the rest of the committee feels. but-
That's actually number 3 on our list, unless the hot water tank goes between now and the next
Yeah.
meeting. But,
I mean, it's a way of people communicating with each other.
Yes.
If that is a barrier, then that's going to, that could
It is
potentially
absolutely
affect.
critical
So
to
is there
our
another
ability.
way we can maybe find the resources for that? I don't know how the rest of the committee feels, or we
Well,
can wait
again,
till
I
we
think
get
I would
closer.
put that over the priority of the generator. The generator, I really do think is a life safety thing, but obviously we've lived without that for years. The walkie-talkies have really become more of a communications and a lively, activity issue. So I think at this point, we're going to finish getting the list together. Again, we have 30 days to get this done. And so whatever I can't get done falls off the list anyway, and we'll start to pare the list into place. And I would say within the next week, I'll be able to give a definitive list of what we can get done, and timing-wise, what will end up happening, so.
Just don't forget the cost for our graduation speaker's new gown that was motion to approve the budget.
Thank you, Bruce.
I'll second that
Any
motion.
further discussion? All those in favor? 5-0.
a real quick comment, even though it's a late hour. One of
Yeah.
the takeaways for me in the budget update is that as we get to the end of the year, I just want to, it's important for people to know, our variance on salary is only $35,000. So considering that we employ hundreds of people, we budget salaries pretty tightly, and I think the community needs to know that. So, we don't have money buried anywhere. If we only have a $35,000 variance on salaries, we employ hundreds and hundreds of people, I think that's noteworthy.
I think it is, definitely. Thank you
Okay.
for bringing that to our attention. Okay, well, 10:20, and actually we're making up here for lost time. Other matters. Anybody have anything?
Standing is a good time was had by all at the prom Saturday night.
Oh, good.
I regret that I didn't make it there in time back to see the beautiful gowns, which I do so love. So that'll have to be for next year. And class night is this Thursday for anyone who might have a graduate. And graduation is Sunday, so we hope to see you all there.
What time are we
2
due
o'clock?
up here on Sunday?
It's graduation's at 2, so we usually convene in the guidance department
Office
by 1:30,
By
I would say.
1:30, okay.
By 1:30 would be fabulous, and the corsages will be waiting. And we're at the high school today, and they are a swarm in blue and gold already.
Oh, awesome.
Steve, full tuxedo.
My powder blue tux.
With the big ruffles?
Big ruffles and the white patent shoes.
And also,
I
class
love
night
it.
for the seniors is Thursday, I believe.
That's what I said,
Is that
yes.
at 6 or at 7? Sometimes they start early because there are so many.
I believe I have 7 on my calendar, but I will get back. If you call Wendy tomorrow, I don't have my calendar with me.
Anybody else have anything else under other matters?
I do, Katie.
Yes,
I had
yeah.
asked if Wendy would photocopy Frank's very nice article from the Sun Chronicle on
this is
Joe
exciting.
Mulheron. I hope I'm saying his name right.
Yes.
But he recently won 4 awards at the Cannes Film Festival. And, it's just so impressive. And it goes so nicely with the discussion of the senior project, because in Frank's article, he talks about, he interviewed the mom, his mother, and she said that he wasn't a typical student. He didn't fit into the academic mold, and he's exactly the kind of kid who a project like that is made for, who might just pick up that ball and run with it. So I just thought we had to mention this, because this is just so
Glad you did.
inspirational, and your article was great. I was really glad to see it.
The
in
movie's
Sun
good.
Chronicle.
Did you watch the movie?
I haven't had a
I
chance
saw
to
it.
watch
It's
his
really
movie,
good.
but
I
I
thought it was
will.
very
I
interesting.
absolutely will.
Really
So
well
it's very
shot.
interesting.
The production's excellent.
So,
Very
and
good
Thank you,
script.
Tina, for
just
bringing that
another
up.
prop to a Foxborough High grad, in the patch, Stephen Neville is a former Foxborough High School football player who's now playing pro ball in France. So I think that's exciting too.
What kind of ball?
Football. He was a Foxborough High School football player,
What was
and
he playing in France?
he is playing football
When did
in,
he graduate?
in France. You know what? I'm sorry, it doesn't say what year
Okay.
he graduated, but he played
Not
for
soccer?
Foxborough High School in Stonehill College, my alma mater. So, yeah, at least 8 years ago. But they have a little interview here that was in the Foxborough
Awesome.
Patch, and our graduates are doing great things
They
too.
are.
So,
I also
in
thought that article,
academics and
especially
the
by,
arts and sports.
Joel Mulheron, is that Joe Mulheron, I hope I'm saying. I'm going to remember him in that article, because he's the type of
Yeah.
outside the box kid that we have to be ready for.
Exactly. Absolutely.
That's all I'm saying.
And congratulations to him and
Yes.
his family.
Wonderful achievement. Quite impressive.
Definitely. Okay, anybody else? Okay, so, at 10:25, we need a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of discussion of negotiating strategies for non-union personnel. The school committee will not return to open session. And I need a motion. Okay,
I'll second it.
and we need a roll call.
Aye.
Chair says aye.
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 Aye. Meeting adjourned.